and Laura and Britta. Tonight, Council has received 1,143 written comments on Council Bill 20-0888. There are 619 submitted comments in favor of the application and 524 submitted comments in opposition of the application. All members of council that are present have certified that they have read each of the submitted written comments. Do any members of council need more time to read over all of the written testimony that was submitted? All right, seeing none. Council Secretary, let the record reflect that all written testimony, both in favor and in opposition of Council Bill 888, has been read by each member of council, and all written testimony will be submitted to the official record of the hearing. Tonight, we have 150 individuals signed up to speak this evening, and we're going to go ahead and get started. And I'd like to remind folks that if you don't need the entire 3 minutes, you're not required to use it. And so you can just wrap up your comments and say thank you, and then we'll go ahead and move on to the next speaker so that we can get folks home at some point, either tonight or early this morning. And so we're going to go ahead and kick this off. And our first speaker is Kristen MacArthur.
Hi, my name's Kristen MacArthur, and I'm a Denver resident of District 6. First, I want to thank the City Council for your service. In my leadership roles, both professional and volunteer, I faced the struggles of making good decisions, and I know that the solutions to problems often come with winners and losers. That's also the case with these zoning changes, but I propose that they leave way too many people losing. When I bought my home, I chose it with the zoning protections in place that not only made it a safe home for me, but that preserved its market value. Like many people, my home is my most significant investment, and I'm too close to retirement to recover from a sudden loss of value due to the zoning changes you're proposing. We all want to help people experiencing challenges, but we must also be realistic about their struggles and abilities to overcome them. The City Council has not been forthcoming with the truth about the negative implications of the group living, community corrections, and residential care facilities that currently exist in the city. While there are a few notable exceptions, the vast majority of these facilities are run down and have alarming numbers of police calls. And it's critical that we don't lose sight of the impact to school kids of removing school setbacks. They were put in place for a reason and are needed to protect our children. In summary, the proposed zoning changes, both to our residential neighborhoods and by removing the protection of school setbacks, will be very detrimental to all the residents in the communities losing those protections. Please don't make our communities and our children the losers in your solution. Please go back to the drawing board and find a solution that helps the people who need it without harming so many others. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Coddington.
My name is Mary Coddington, speaking today on behalf of the Neighborhood Development Collaborative. In cities with similar policies to the one proposed within the group living amendments, the fears of doubling density, falling property values, and parking problems haven't come to pass. Most homes still have just over 2 people, as has been the case for decades. And Denver's really far behind most cities when it comes to common sense group living policies. Expansion of areas where residential care facilities are allowed and the expansion of where community corrections facilities are allowed really needs to happen. The community corrections facilities are designed to get people on their feet and to reconnect with society, but this is undercut if the facilities are still segregated from most of our communities. NDC supports the expansion of allowed locations for community corrections facilities and really looks forward to a future in which Denver bases all of its zoning choices on the characteristics of the built environment instead of the characteristics of its residents. The lack of adequate rehousing options for people exiting the criminal justice system is one of the key reasons for recidivism, which is counter to the very intent of the community corrections facilities. Organizationally, most members of NDC will not be directly impacted by these changes, but the mission of increasing affordability to ensure Denver can be a city for all will be negatively affected if you vote against these proposed changes. And then on a personal note, I have lived experience living in a household of 5 adults. We were a teacher, a school librarian, a flight attendant, a personal trainer, and a tech employee. And every year we would go Christmas tree shopping and decorate our tree together. We would have family dinners. And among the 5 of us, we had 2 cars. We did serve as a family for one another, and I staunchly believe it's not the role of government to define what a family is. Unfortunately, the proposed amendments as they've been changed still do define family, but at least they're offering a more expansive definition. Please vote to approve these changes, and thank you so much for your time and for your work.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christy Mockrick. Sorry, you can correct my pronunciation of your last name.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gilmore. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak in opposition of this proposed amendment. My name is Christy Mockrick. I'm a Denver resident, a Denver Public Schools educator, a mother to a student who attends Denver Public Schools, and a volunteer who is committed to volunteerism within Denver communities to help make Denver an exceptional place to live. The amendment you are about to vote on lacks clarity and equity in many areas. If this amendment is passed as is, our city will move down a path we cannot turn back from. There are no takebacks. Your vote tonight is much more far-reaching than current debate represents. One of the individual areas of concern in this amendment, school buffer zones, strips our children of the most basic consideration for their safety. Our children deserve clearly understood and well-defined buffer zones for all our schools. This amendment has lacked clarity of purpose and equitable authorship from its creation to its undefined implementation and oversight. Please, council members, hear my words tonight, especially when I say, being held accountable may feel like an attack if you're not ready to acknowledge how this decision will affect the community fabric of all who live in Denver. Please make the best decision for Denver, which is a no vote on this housing amendment. Please help us to remember you as the city council who cares about everyone's choices, safety, and quality of life. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jonathan Pitico.
Yes, good evening, councilors. Jonathan Pitoco, District 3. Tonight you've heard, and I'm sure we'll continue to hear, the many benefits of reducing restrictions on group living in Denver, and about how even the most current proposal continues to discriminate. You'll also certainly hear more regurgitations of unfounded claims about drastic negative impacts this proposal will have. Given that, I'm not going to spend my time countering those points. Rather, I'd like to address 2 11th-hour modifications made by the Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure Committee. To be clear, even before these 2 modifications were made, this text amendment did not do enough to support vulnerable members of our communities in Denver. But I called them out for their particularly disastrous impact on the project's goals, as well as the fact that they've been wedged in without any sound reasoning to support them. The modifications in question are: 1, capping the number of adults allowed to live together, regardless of residential unit size, and 2, permitting type 2 residential uses only on parcels previously used for civic, public, and institutional structures. Both of these proposed modifications derail this multi-year project from meeting its core goal of enabling more inclusive communities and avoiding harm to vulnerable residents. On the first, I take issue with disallowing more residents even as unit sizes grow larger. Much of the opposition to large household sizes has centered around the concept of preventing overcrowded homes. Now, the term overcrowded is regularly misused by detractors, but if we accept it and follow the same logic, a large home should have room for more people. There are existing co-ops in Denver today that have more than 5 residents in sufficiently large homes, and they will not be protected if the text amendment passes as it stands. That means that if it passes, we know that good, upstanding citizens in our community will continue tomorrow to live in fear despite all of the work put into this project. Simply, the notion that a 600 square foot property should be treated the same as a 3,600 square foot property is patently absurd. Larger properties must allow more residents. On the second modification, limiting facilities to only existing civic or institutional buildings does not support and is not supported by any of the stated goals of the project. At the same time, while excluding this new provision does no harm to the project's aims, adding the requirement could do harm to the project's outcome. This provision would limit the supply of available lots and properties for these community-enhancing residential care uses, which will increase the cost of providing these services. Further, it places community-serving organizations at odds with one another. If former churches and civic institutions largely represent the few places where these new residential care uses can sprout up, these essential third places in our city will face pressure to close or sell to residential care groups who themselves seek to serve our neighbors with unique needs. If only existing buildings can transition to residential care, we are binding the quality of life of our current and future residents to the needs of residents who lived far in our past. We cannot build for the present reality of Denver if we rely on reusing spaces designed for a different era. Thank you for your time. I urge you to remove these two modifications before a final vote progresses. Then please pass this text amendment for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And our next speaker, we only have K as the first name and D as the last name. So if you are in the attendees, if you wouldn't mind raising your hand, we can get you promoted into the panelist. And so we'll go ahead and give it a second. All right. If you can't get to your phone right now, if you go ahead and raise your hand, we'll try to get you up into the queue. Our next speaker is Kevin Matthews.
Hi, my name is Kevin Matthews and I live in the Congress Park neighborhood. I'm also with YIMBY Denver, but tonight I'm speaking on my own behalf as a homeowner, a husband, and a father who's just trying to raise his kid right. Firstly, I think he really screwed this up. He took a well thought out and researched and designed proposal that was already a compromise and you butchered it. The current proposal will break up families, and I won't let you pretend that that is not what you were doing just because some of them don't share blood. You should amend and fix it before passage. Only a couple weeks after Donald Trump has left office, we can't shake the stench of the politics of Trumpism, of hate and division. Of course, the undercurrent was there before he came into office, but what really surprises me is how many of you have failed to recognize the significance of this moment. Politically, this should be a slam dunk for a few of you. Sure, the opposition is loud and strident, but they have to be. There just aren't a lot of them. People are still talking about what happened in DC just a few weeks ago and why did so many riot and do what they did. And sorry to say, the answer is simple. For those people, their entire lives, the only way they could feel good about themselves is by stomping on someone else. As Adam Sewer recently wrote, the cruelty is the point. It's the rejoicing in the suffering of those that they hate and fear. And sorry, but that's what opposition to group living and residential care is really about. It's not about property values. I live in Congress Park. We have group homes already, and there are 2 residential care facilities a walkable distance from my home. One of them is a community corrections facility. You should come see my property values. No, this is about some people's need to exert dominance over people that they feel are lesser than them. For those of you who are still patting yourselves on your back for your current station in life, you should understand that you didn't arrive where you were or are today because you made good choices. You got there because you had good choices. At the Capitol, many police officers were badly injured and some have died. You notice how quiet the Blue Lives Matter crowd has been though? It's because Blue Lives was never about Blue Lives Mattering. It was code saying the Black lives don't. People who want to feel
Please
safe.
speak to the topic of the hearing, the group living amendments.
Yes. So people who want to feel safe and sound don't really want to feel safe and sound. They want you to take a tool away from them that they can use to terrorize their neighbors who they think are lesser than them. If this proposal passes, that's really the only thing that changes from the status quo. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tanya Wilson.
I was wondering why I was on screen all of a sudden. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Just trying to get my notes up. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the group living proposal. I submitted my final letter this morning, so you didn't get it in that packet from CPD, but it should have come through your email. I ask if you do believe that this proposal as written is the best possible solution for your constituents. If you're thinking about voting yes, because so much time has been invested in the process already, then I urge you to vote no. 4 years of city planning time is a sunk cost at this point. And many of you have noted that, yeah, CPD didn't do such a great job with this proposal. The work it's done lately to attempt to salvage this has resulted in this bloated and convoluted 200+ page document of detailed text amendments most people haven't read. And I believe that Denver residents deserve better from their government. If you're thinking about voting yes because you believe the city can quickly come up with a solution for that inequitable Chapter 59 issue, then I urge you to vote no. 10 years have passed since the city has been operating under 2 zoning codes, and an estimate from 5 years ago showed it would take 2.5 years and over $500,000 to fix the issue. Just last week, CPD confirmed that it has no plan and no dedicated funds to address the issue. Plus, as we know, the city is in a budget crunch. So how realistic is it that this fix will be a priority anytime soon? And if you're thinking about voting yes because you believe this proposal will address housing affordability, then I urge you to vote no. The 2018 charter for the Group Living Advisory Committee specifically stated that issues around housing affordability were not in scope because those issues cannot be resolved in the zoning code. How likely is it, though, that an unintended consequence of the proposal is less housing stock available for those who want to buy and occupy a single-family house, while the market is gobbled up by real estate investors intent on converting more houses to rental? To be clear, I'm not opposed to increasing the number of unrelated adults in the unit zoned as single family. I am not opposed to more placements for some residential care, and I am not opposed to finding more equitable solutions than the Denver zoning code. What I'm opposed to is this entire process, the number of issues that the proposal attempts to address in a single change, and how the city has handled feedback from those who oppose the proposal as written. Now you're in the awkward position of having to vote on sloppy work that doesn't meet the needs nor wants of Denver residents. So please do the right thing and vote no on this proposal as it is written. Start fresh, tackle one issue at a time, give some breathing space to everyone, and that would be a good first step in mending the divisions that this poorly executed proposal process has created. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Horniak.
Good evening. My name is Jason Horniak, and I'm on the board of the Chafee Park Neighborhood Association and YIMBY Denver, and I'm a new father. So I did everything right, and I played by the rules. I worked hard, and I saved up my money to buy a house in Denver, a house that cost literally 4 times as much as it did 20 years ago when the previous generations bought their homes. Since I played by the rules, why shouldn't I be able to choose what I get to do with my own property? My house is my biggest financial asset, and the zoning code should protect my financial interests by allowing me to rent out my spare bedrooms to roommates. This would help me pay for my mortgage while also providing affordable housing. It's a win-win. Why should the government limit my freedom to help others as long as I'm not violating any health, safety, or nuisance ordinances? I'm not looking to host a circus on my property. I just want to have roommates that I'm not related to. Okay, so the truth is, I neither want nor need to rent out my extra bedrooms. I was just trying to make a point by co-opting the self-interested language of the opposition. I'm lucky to be in a stable enough position to afford my mortgage. However, I do remember what it was like to not have this financial stability and to need to pool my resources with others in order to get by in this increasingly expensive city. If I wasn't able to live with multiple roommates in my younger days, there's no way I would have been able to gain a foothold in this economy, and I wouldn't be in the fortunate position that I'm in today. So even though I won't personally benefit from this code change, I understand that maintaining a discriminatory status quo is worse than whatever theoretical problems might come from the change. And those problems are theoretical, especially compared to the very real problems that our current code creates for people with far greater worries than the appreciation of their property value. I should also mention that I live within walking distance of 2 community corrections facilities, and my property value is still going up. If those facilities are good enough for some neighborhoods, then they're good enough for all neighborhoods. As far as compromises made to this bill in Ludi, I'm afraid that in an effort to satiate the bigoted fears of some people in this city, the committee has ruined the original intent of the legislation, which was to remove discrimination from our zoning code. Instead of compromising on the nuts and bolts, you threw out the original purpose and chose to maintain discriminatory language. Choosing to allow less discrimination is not a compromise, it's a surrender. There's no half position on discrimination. Discrimination condoned is still discrimination. There's no half position on bigotry. Bigotry condoned is still bigotry. This watered down version that maintains our code's unenforceable and unconstitutional attempt to legislate with whom we are allowed to live with based on genetics is bad and lazy governance. But this is where we are, so I urge you to vote on it anyway. We shouldn't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. If you're on the fence about this, please remember that you're going to upset half your constituency anyway, so you might as well vote for with your conscience. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jason. Our next speaker is Bill Tanner. And Bill, you might have to unmute. There you go.
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. I want to start off by thanking everybody for all the work that they've done on this, particularly all members of the council and particularly Andrew Webb. I hope you give him a long summer vacation, longer than normal. He's certainly earned it through all the meetings that he's had. In my community, which I'm going to speak to, is how my community voted on this rather than an individual vote. We did a survey. The survey was conducted among residents who had read Andrew Webb's proposal. We actually attached that to the survey, and 82% read that, and 90 or more percent had read a variety of different media topics on the subject. In terms of voting, the majority voted against both the expanding the number of people that would be able to live in an individual house, and also against the residential zoning issue. I want to let you know that we actually do have in the neighborhood two residential zoning facilities, and they work very well in the neighborhood. So most of the dissension was not about facilities like the memory care facility that's in the neighborhood, or the Kavod assisted living facility, but were concerns about the homeless shelters and community corrections, which I think is pretty consistent across the city. We asked people about their concerns, and there were just 3 or 4 things that they said, I think, that are key, and that I would ask you to take a look at before voting for this amendment. One is that the zoning remains inequitable. I think people who are both for and against this have pointed that out, and I think that that's a very frustrating thing. I understood that it's necessary to remove SUTU and RH 2.5 from the zoning consideration, but again, that just perpetuates the inequity that you were trying to resolve for in the beginning. There seemed to be a lack of permitting and oversight requirements. I would ask you to take another look at those. It's a little bit difficult to argue with people who have experienced living near facilities like these and have had problems, called 311, and not have had the issues resolved. Thank you for your time, and good voting.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joseph Spalding.
Hi. So it just is kind of a big surprise to me to learn that if Full House was set in Denver, that Joey would get evicted. That's kind of weird. And that most good rock bands probably would have a hard time forming there, because that type of living situation is a group living situation. My group living experience, it tells me that some things. It tells me that houses are going to be better cared for. You just have a better, more skill set to take care of problems that come on internally inside of the house and externally. There's a lot of encouragement from folks internally inside the household to make sure that those things are kept up to par. I did want to speak to council generally that, like was stated previously, you're going to anger quite a bit of your constituents on this, no matter what. You might as well be on the right side of history. If we look across the country, there are cities doing things like ending single-family zoning outright, like Berkeley is working on right now, or the parking minimums that they just ended. The reality is we're dealing with the legacy of segregationist zoning laws in every major metropolitan area in this country, and every city has to carry their weight when it comes to fixing these types of things. It's very disappointing to see a process happen where an honest attempt at addressing that very real, very existing segregation. Remember, racial covenants were legal to be enforced back till 1960, up until 1969. We're talking about stuff that a lot of folks can remember. Black people who can remember not being able to live in specific places because of the covenants on those homes. And now we're trying to dissect and bisect homes by families. Denver has a real opportunity to open this up by undoing the damage of those amendments that happened in the process and coming back and passing this amendment as written originally. And I do want to talk about that process specifically because I do agree that this amendment was needlessly watered down. And it's, frankly, look, anyone who is familiar with any type of city council process and they learn about the city of Denver and how entrenched the neighborhood organizations are and how there's no access to city council but through them, it really, really shows how much of a lopsided influence the people who own versus the people who rent in the city have. So I do want city council to walk away from this knowing that they're going to have people that have their backs who know that they're fighting segregation, and we're going to scream very, very loudly that you're helping us end this abomination, this legacy of historic racism in this country. Or we're going to go the other way. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Donna Krentz.
Good evening. My name's Donna Krentz, City of Denver. My letter was submitted by email to council today, so it's not included in the package. The group living zoning amendment is one massive, unproven urban social experiment that the mayor, CPD, GLAC, and a few council members want to impose on all of Denver, and in spite of the growing opposition. The pledge of a public servant takes should be defined by the Hippocratic Oath. First, do no harm. The amendment is the mayor's and a few council members' way of shifting major burdens of the city to the shoulders of residents into stable, single-family neighborhoods. CPD and the stacked and biased GLAC failed to create creative solutions to the problems that face Denver. Even the GLAC charter states zoning will not resolve affordability. Simply put, the amendment will not make purchasing a home more affordable and instead promotes renting, not owning. The most current changes to the amendment are insufficient and do not go far enough to protect law-abiding citizens who have made significant sacrifices to live in safe, stable neighborhoods and who have invested a lifetime in their homes and communities. Without further changes to the amendment, and should it pass, the city should prepare for people to flee to safer refuge as the city goes in decay, similar to the flight from cities to suburbs in the 50s and 60s. Look no further than what happened in the last 60 years to the cities of Buffalo, my hometown, Cleveland, Detroit, Kansas City, Chicago, and the like. People with the means to do so fled to the suburbs, while the criminal element stayed and those with less could not escape. Many of those cities have been plagued with crime for decades, overrun with drugs, gangs, and turf wars. However, this time, fleeing urbanites will not return to Denver to live. There will be little need to do so because technology and the rise of telecommuting is going on. It is happening right now across the city, prompted by COVID-19 impacts. Urbanites are moving to the suburbs and leaving the growing issues of cities behind them, and there is no going back. Overall, the amendment will serve to destabilize existing stable neighborhoods. Denver will evolve into a landlord's paradise, just like New York City, where only the wealthy will be able to afford to own property as the middle and lower income classes are squeezed out. The remaining population will be struggling renters that cannot escape and the criminals that will prey on them. I urge responsible council members to show political courage and resolve in the face of adversity and vote no on this amendment. Save our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker up is Kiera Jackson.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Go ahead, Kiara.
Okay, perfect. My name is Kiara Jackson, and I'm just here as a lifelong resident of Montbello, which is in District 11. And I'm asking you all to vote yes in favor of the amendment. I thought about sharing my story about being a young professional, having to work multiple jobs, and still not being able to afford a mortgage on my own. But instead, I want to share some stories of my neighbors who could not be here. You know, I feel like everyone is now really familiar with the talking points commonly used to advocate for this ordinance. You know, that'll help people stay housed, it'll help move the city towards more equitable zoning rules, etc. But I think often it's easy to read and hear these talking points, but forget the context behind them, the stories behind them. And so I want to bring you real stories that my friend Myra Gonzalez and I have been trusted with while working to educate and gather support for this ordinance over the last couple of months. While I wish they were here to share this themselves, the nastiness devoid of compassion or understanding surrounding this topic has made them fearful to speak publicly. And I hope that when you review the signatures that we've shared, you think of these stories. So the first story is one of our neighbors that lives with their significant other and another couple. They are barely able to afford that mortgage, that shared mortgage. They basically rent it together without the other couple that they're rooming with. They have recently been able to go into this house from living within their car and have a baby on the way, but are now in fear of their neighbors calling and reporting on them, forcing them back onto the street, forcing them back into their car, forcing them back into a situation that they've so desperately and so have worked so hard to get out of. Another one of our neighbors who has a really large family is fearful, again, of their neighbors reporting them because they would assume she's breaking the group living ordinance and the danger that puts her family in as undocumented peoples. I just want to highlight to everybody that this issue is bigger than fighting over cars parked along your street. These are our neighbors, and these are only two stories, but I have lost count of how many times I have heard these very stories told in Montbello, in Green Valley, in Central Park, on the west side, and all over Denver. And I use the words our neighbors deliberately. These are our neighbors. Please vote yes in support of this group living amendment. Even though it's watered down, we need to start somewhere. We need to start supporting all of our neighbors, even the ones that don't look like us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Well.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak against this amendment. I'm Steve Weil. I live in Cap Hill, where I grew up. News reports suggest that this initiative was introduced by the corrections industry and other businesses pushing for more group homes, regardless of impact. Let's be clear. While improving services and housing is a good thing, it is bad to do it at the cost of ruining our stable neighborhoods. The amendment does not address unintended consequences. Ironically, although I am a businessman, I oppose this form of group density that promotes the destruction of community despite its pretense of social justice. Allowing the mass conversion of private homes into income property is bad. Investors will buy more previously privately owned homes, same as Wall Street did after the 2009 meltdown. Why is that bad? Because it makes it harder for folks and first-time owners to buy homes. Do we as a society prefer more private homeownership or rentals? As a third-generation Denverite, I'm also a historic preservationist and board member of Historic Denver, Lodo Design Commission, and my neighborhood association. The history of Cap Hill is that formerly single-family homes became boarding houses or worse. Most converted homes are investment properties owned by absentee owners, which age badly and create lasting blight with more crime. Distressed areas encourage flight to the suburbs. Allowing group density to monetize every room in every house will result in the same. Who among us bought our homes as income property. I bought my house for quality of life, not a business. The irony is that this social engineering adversely impacts all individuals' property rights. The unintended consequences far outweigh the benefits. There is already too much demand on infrastructure in many areas to support a massive increase in density. Try parking in my neighborhood after 6 p.m. Try navigating the streets. Alleys overflow with trash. Furthermore, it will monetize single-family homes, making individuals compete with Wall Street. Allowing every bedroom to be rented will create income property that will discourage and compete with individuals for home ownership. If you like the boarding house model that ruined Capitol Hill in the post-war years, you will love the density initiative. Cramming more people into already dense areas has unintended consequences. It is one thing to allow a few unrelated people to share homes, but not 5, 10, or 15. Also, do not allow this to be a cash cow business model encouraging investors to buy up all the housing stock. It's one thing for a homeowner to share their home, but another for absentee owners to buy more homes. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Applegate.
Hi, this is Chris Applegate. I'm at 1289 South Raritan Street in Council District 7. I've actually just moved to this neighborhood in Atmore Park, and I have been a former resident in Councilmember Torres District for the last 6 years until recently moving this past week and a half. But I wanted to share that I'm a yes. I would love for you all to vote yes on this group, on this zoning change. As someone who considers myself like one of these folks that have moved to the city in 2013, I guess I'm hearing a lot from folks, some of the opposing side, that I'm not welcomed here. And I'm a white dude, and I can only imagine what it's like for people of color feeling even less welcomed in this city. I'm a millennial. I paid $145,000 on my student loans, 8 almost 9 years to get them paid off. And I feel like I'm so far behind on even being able to purchase a home that I've thought about maybe there's a way to do co-housing of sharing a home with someone, because if you want to live in the city of Denver and you're not rich, you're not elite, you're not super privileged, then you're going to need a lot more money. I even look at the salaries of the council members and I'm like, I don't even know if that's enough to buy a place. You know, if that was your starting salary and you had to start saving today for a home, to put 20% down, it's unreal. I just think that the key word that I've been change would do that. It is a compromise. It's not perfect. No ordinance or any change will ever be perfect, but I appreciate the effort that has been put in, and I would really hope that we add that flexibility into our housing crisis that we have in our city. We have folks living on the streets, and we have the city did vote yes on the $40 million last November, and that's another tool in the toolbox. Every tool, we need all of them, as many as possible, to ensure that we build an equitable and inclusive city. I saw what Lakewood did about 1.5 years ago with their vote on restricting building of housing. And I don't want Denver to be kind of lumped into that bucket. We've had 4 years of Donald Trump. He wanted to build walls. I think Denver is slowly taking down their walls to build a more inclusive city. So I hope that we can ensure that we are building that inclusive city of the future and providing more tools for that. Thank you all so much, and please vote yes.
Thank you, Chris. Up next, we have Lynn Raisey. And Lynn, you might have to unmute.
Didn't see that. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I'm urging you to vote no. I'm not sure why I'm supposed to suffer financially and my quality of life, because as featured in Sunday's Denver Post, a graduate from a private school who came from out of state can't afford to live in my neighborhood, the one that I saved to buy into, but wants the zoning changed, so we should accommodate this young person from maybe California, where most people are coming from, so he can live with his friends. Some of us had to actually move back in with our parents or We rented apartments or other things and didn't ask people to have a zoning change that affected other people's equity in their homes. I think you're kidding yourselves if you think increasing the number of unrelated people cramming into houses will make for a safe, clean neighborhood. Do you really think putting 5 unrelated people with all the cars and noise is an environment that supports safety? How many pit bulls will they have? Do you want your kids living next door to this situation? Mark my words, in just a few years, Denver will be grossly overpopulated. Remember, we already have water shortages. The streets, alleys, front yards will be full of vehicles. We won't even be able to see green spaces. There'll be trashed out yards, and the hardworking people will move, leaving the mess behind. It's been done before. It's called white flight, and you created it. Thank you. Vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Miller.
Hi, I'm Chris Miller. I live in the Spear neighborhood along with 10,000 other residents in District 7. I'm here to speak in support of group living changes and to ask that the limit of 5 residents be allowed to increase with the size of the dwelling unit. Now, I can speak in front of Denver City Council tonight as a millennial homeowner, one who's worked hard but has also been graced with many advantages. That privilege enables my voice and my liberty to be here. I know that my story is not one that is very broadly shared in the way that it should be. What we may not hear tonight is the stories of those who have less voice and less liberty, those who've been forced out or priced out of Denver because we have made housing options unavailable to them. Our liberty is written in the policies we have and what we enforce. It plays out in who can and who can't live here. We as a city have curtailed liberty for decades. We've lost the stories of so many people. We perhaps can't get those people back, but we can make Denver a home for more stories in the future. Now, I can't or won't speak to what those who have left, what they might have wanted for themselves and their choices, but I will speak for their liberty to choose what they would have wanted, because we can't know. Liberty is messy, but it always has been a worthwhile goal in and of itself. And part of our nation's founding principle is that we should continually move in that direction. Moving towards greater liberty won't mandate how you get around or what dwelling you choose to live in. It just makes it possible for others to change their own circumstances as they see fit. Liberty allows for those who want to share a house because they're concerned about climate change to take that individual action to reduce their carbon emissions. Liberty allows for people to save up for a down payment. Liberty allows people to choose their family and their community. To conclude, I encourage you to choose the bold but noble choice of more liberty and more housing flexibility. Our community, our city, and our planet depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Says. You might need to unmute, Richard.
Okay. Hi, I'm Rich Seiss. I live in District 2, Kevin Flynn's district, and I am here tonight to ask you to vote no on the group living amendment. I wish that the unrated adults component would have been separated from the community corrections residential care components of this amendment, and maybe you can at some point, but at any rate, I'm asking you to vote no. I feel that the way this amendment has been developed as a way to benefit some very specific groups. The 3 groups we're talking about primarily: the unrelated adults that want to live in a home together, people in community corrections, and homeless people and other groups that are in residential care. And I feel that very little time has been spent on how this amendment will or can benefit the majority of people who live in Denver. And I think that this amendment is unfairly asking the majority of Denver residents to assume a lot of risk risk to their quality of life, risk to their safety, and risk to their financial status. We know in Southwest Denver, where we have the Sanderson Gulch apartments, that the quality of life has been impacted negatively for businesses and neighbors surrounding that facility. I know that facility is very, I think it's a well-run facility, and yet we have a lot of issues with that facility and its negative impact on the neighbors and businesses, so much so that Torres Mexican Food across the street had to reduce its hours because visitors to that facility were harassing the people, the restaurant's customers. A safety issue, it affects safety for people surrounding community corrections facilities, and I think homeless shelters too. We know that there are some dangerous elements in living in community corrections facilities. That's why they're there. They're not there because they were doing everything right. They're trying to get things right, trying to live better, but there are a lot that are not doing the right things and can't do the right thing. Any little thing can set them off. And I think that presents a safety concern.
We would ask that you please stay on the topic of the hearing, sir.
Well, community corrections is a big part of this topic. And lastly, I'd say financially, studies have shown that any home that is within 500 feet of a community corrections facility or homeless shelters does experience a significant drop in their value. And I think that City Council should consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker tonight is David Pardo.
Hello, you guys can hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is David Pardo. I am currently a resident of District 1, though for 6.5 years I lived in District 9. I actually know and have spoken one-on-one with 6 out of the 13 of you. So I like to think that some of you guys actually know me. There are some things you may not know about me, though. In addition to now currently serving on an advisory committee for the city government, and now working for one of the developers here in town, having done a whole bunch of other interesting things here. When I was 19, I made some poor choices, and pretty much only because I'm a white dude did I not end up in prison. A year later, after having made some changes in my life, I took a job in a city I'd never lived in before. And I ended up fighting forest fires, which was great, but I made almost no money for the first half of that summer, and I was homeless, sleeping on someone's front lawn. In between those two things, I ended up living in a group home where I ended up working on the issues that I'd had when I was 19. And right now, today, I'm somebody who can speak directly, if I want to, by text or by Facebook message to multiple members of this city council. People who end up in community corrections, people who end up in group homes, people who end up living in a house where there are more people than is normally allowed per the city law, like I was when I lived in Boulder 7 or 8 years ago. We aren't bad people. We are people who deserve to have a chance to live in the communities of this city. We are people who matter and who are the future of this city. Every child that somebody who is against this talks about could grow up to be somebody like me. They could have things that go wrong in their life. They could need to find a place that's inexpensive to live. They may not be able to afford to live on their own, like I am blessed to be able to do right now. And because of that, I really ask not only that you pass this, but that in addition to passing it, that you change a few parts of this, most particularly that you're treating a 600 square foot home the same as a 6,000 square foot home in Belcaro. They could easily accommodate a dozen adults safely and in a healthy manner. Other than that, thank you for your time. And I once again urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna McCaffrey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Anna.
Great. Hi, I'm Anna, and I've lived in my Congress Park home for 18 years. I'm actually a Denver native. I've lived outside of the state enough to know that about living conditions that we don't want here in Denver. We don't want to be Seattle or Portland or any other overcrowded, unregulated city. Changes need to be made, but we need to be more inclusive in the planning with thought out answers for future consequences to these programs. I work with low income and underprivileged citizens every day, and I'm presently working on the rent assistance program, so I fully understand the need. I'm so disappointed in the city council who dismissed the survey because too many people over the age of 36 replied. He said those respondents were overrepresented. Overrepresented? Isn't it the job of city council to represent all of us? Everyone in this city is important, every single person. The three categories, group living, homeless shelters, and corrections, need to be separated and rewritten with more regulation and more oversight work done to prevent negative quality of life issues. 5 occupants in a group living home all have friends who all have cars. People who have to live next door to a 24/7 frat house, like the nightmare that I had to live next door to for 2 years, when the 4 people on the lease who had 10 people living there and 15 cars turned their garage into a strip club that opened up after the bars closed. Every night I heard that noise, every single night, and no one would help me, no one. And that was when it was illegal. Everyone will lose the quality of life and the quiet enjoyment that everyone deserves when you have to live next door to this. Senior citizens have totally been left out. They need services. The ability to get medical and daily care and maintenance services to their homes and themselves when access to their properties is removed by overcrowding and non-existent parking will make it impossible for seniors to stay safe and age in place. These areas were originally designed for single families with 3 cars at maximum. The cars have to go somewhere. If the providers can't get to the seniors, they will bypass them. This is very disrespectful to senior citizens. In addition to all this, there's no guarantee of affordable housing. You say it's against the Colorado Constitution to force developers to build affordable housing. Well, why aren't we working on changing that? It was poorly written. The committee that put the proposal together was stacked with people that stand to benefit from this. We're not afraid of change. The people that have worked to help you change this want to change it, but include everyone. And that includes me, who happens to be a person of color. Thank you so much. Please vote no.
Our next speaker is Megan Mize.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share my comments. My name is Megan Mize, and I live in District 1 in Denver. I would like to voice my support for the resolution to update the group living rules. Denver's current legal limit of 2 unrelated individuals in one household is one of the most restrictive of any metro area in our entire country and is discriminatory, classist, and racist at its core. I fully support raising this limit. Like others have said, I do not support the government defining what a family looks like. I recognize the value in raising the limit from 2 to 5 unrelated adults. However, I believe that the advisory committee's original recommendation of 8 unrelated adults more fully accommodates the realities of living in an extractive capitalist society that we currently all reside in, and particularly during a global pandemic. I also urge you to allow more than 5 unrelated adults in residences of a larger size. I also do not support the passing of any amendment that continues to discriminate against community correction residents by separating them from other residential care types. This discrimination against community correction residents does not set them up for success, separating them from transport and job opportunities. This discrimination also perpetuates our current carceral state system. Denver has the opportunity to work to dismantle this discrimination right now. As other speakers tonight have said and have pointed out, opponents to these updates are classists simply trying to protect their own capitalist financial status that they only achieved based on a racist and extractive system. Denver has an opportunity to move our city towards a more equitable and anti-racist city. Thank you for your time, council members, and to all of those organizers who have put in a lot of effort to moving this forward.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Benchik. Go ahead, Stephen.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay. So my camera's a little wonky, so it might go in and out. But so my name is Stephen Benchik. I'm a resident of Denver District 6, specifically University Park. And right now, I spend about 30% of my monthly income on rent here in Denver, and I'm not unique. In fact, I'm rather fortunate in this way. It's because I have a well-paying job that allows me to work from home uninterrupted during this crisis. However, I know a lot of people in the city are not as lucky as I am. At a time when the Bureau of Labor Statistics projects unemployment in the Denver metro area at around 9%, most of that among minimum wage workers in the service sector who are struggling to afford the cost of living before, we desperately need affordable housing in the city. I'm able to continue paying rent, even if it might be relatively expensive. However, others in the city are not as lucky. As I understand it, 30% is on the low side to people in Denver. For others, it could be 40, 50, even 60% of their monthly income in good times, let alone now without a steady source of income. The primary reason I'm speaking tonight is because of the people who these changes will truly benefit, but who are not here at this meeting. Right now, they're working their second or third jobs if they're lucky enough to have those, so they don't have to make the choice between rent, food, or other bills this month. However, this problem is completely avoidable. This current crisis of people in Denver not being able to afford basic necessities like a place to live is a direct result of the city's outdated and restrictive laws on group living. What worked for the city in 1961 is not working in 2021. We cannot continue with these Jim Crow policies. The council has a chance to fix this crisis tonight by approving the group living amendments, not as initially watered down by the Moody Committee, but as originally proposed. So for that reason, I urge you to vote yes on these amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Next up, we have Lawrence Murray. And we might have to have you unmute, Mr. Murray. All right. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Mr. Murray.
All right, thank you. I'm a resident of District 11. Let the people decide. Let the people decide. My name is Lawrence Murray, and I'm the vice president of the Montbello Golden Age Club and a resident of Montbello since 31 December 1982. That was the day I closed on my first and only home. At that time, my wife and I had 3 young children, ages 4 to 10. To support and being an active duty Air Force member at the time, it was a blessing to have a VA-backed loan to get our house. Both my wife and I worked extra jobs. She had the old CompUSA, and I was a youth sports official. It was a challenge at first between credit cards and a mortgage, but patience and discipline prevailed. And the home is ours and ours alone now. I still remember the sales lady stating this was a fine choice as a starter home. Funny thing, I could not imagine going through that process a second time. I relay this story to simply say things were promised to us and those of us who purchased at that time. Things like green lawns, plenty of parking, nice schools, and the company of other newly arriving single family doing what single families do by purchasing a single family home with all that implies. Now, 38 years later, the city of Denver has unilaterally decided to change the rules of what it means to own a single-family home in Montbello and the entire city, in effect, removing that phrase from our lexicon. They have been well documented, and I have no desire to repeat them, the objections that have been expressed so far. I simply suggest that this issue be handled just like the pit bull issue was handled last year. I implore the city council to simply let the people decide, and let the people decide this issue. I oppose it wholeheartedly.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Up next, we have Juan Gutierrez.
Good evening.
Good evening.
City
Go
Council.
ahead, Juan.
Thank you. My name is Juan Gutierrez. I live in Denver in the District 5 neighborhood and work for the city and county of Denver, excuse me, retiring after 34 years of service. I've decided to take this time to talk about the system your residents have witnessed during this process, and I will let the others speak on how we will see our city evolve if this amendment is approved. For the record, I am opposed. As a city employee, I saw firsthand how and why some employees, and most noticeably politicians, are not held accountable for their actions or misdeeds, and I come to ask you to change that today. Recent open records lawsuit revealed much of this about this flawed process and how some people in this committee could profit if the amendment is approved, creating a conflict of interest, as well as how 20% of the city under Chapter 59 zoning would be exempt from parts of this amendment. In our most recent elections, we also gave you, City Council, more oversight over the mayor's office in order to be more efficient, transparent, and accountable to its residents. In my opinion, this lawsuit revealed how corrupt this process has been from the very beginning, not only by Mayor Hancock, but also by some of the committee members. They did their best to hide as much information as possible from us under the guise of knowing what is best for us. I was born in and lived in a communist country, and now know too well what it means to live in a government that is not held accountable for its actions. These changes do not happen at the federal level. These seeds are planted at the local level and grow from there. The city council has now the opportunity to right a terrible wrong and address the issues to its residents with full transparency, and then, only then, will we be able to have an open and educated opinions on this and any other matter you need to address in the future. If not, this may set a new precedence that will be regretted. I guess that's it. I ran out of time.
No, you still have time, sir.
Okay. If not, it will be precedents that will be regretted by many for many decades to come. You have been elected to represent us, not the mayor or his staff. It's time to do the right thing and send a message to start this process with transparency, and it should have had, which it should have had from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frederick Glick.
I'll send somebody else showed up.
Hi, good evening. My name is Fred Glick. I live at 3850 North York Street in the Clayton neighborhood. I'm here tonight to encourage you to pass the group living text amendment before you. I'd also mention that the Clayton United RNO has officially supported this amendment. This has been a long and well publicized process. There have been numerous opportunities for public engagement across the city. Sadly, there's also been a lot of fear mongering surrounding this proposal, with statements and letters being put out there about how this will destroy neighborhoods and endanger our children, and seemingly most dire, threaten property values. Of course, there is no evidence that this amendment will do any of that, quite the contrary. This amendment doesn't put us at the forefront of a vast experiment. It merely brings us almost in line with other similar cities. This amendment is about doing right by our neighbors and fellow citizens, all of them. It isn't going to solve our housing crisis, but hopefully it makes it easier for some of our neighbors to be secure in their housing, like those currently living in co-ops who spoke out about their experiences, only to have the opponents of this amendment try to intimidate them from continuing to participate in this public process by reporting them. We know that there are a large number of households currently living in non-compliance with the code, and that a disproportionate number of them are people of color. This amendment is about doing right by our neighbors. At an earlier public hearing, a man stood up and spoke in support of this amendment based on his personal experience living in a sober home. His life was changed by that opportunity. I have no idea what that man does for a living or how he lives now, but I do know that he took the time to come down to the city and county building to speak to our planning board about something which was important to him. He's the kind of person I'd like for a neighbor, someone who cares enough about his city and his fellow citizens to take the time to be civically engaged. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Heath. And I know you're on the phone, Travis, so you might have to unmute. Travis, you have to hit *6 to unmute. All right, we're gonna try one more time, Travis, before we have to move on. There you go. I think you're unmuted now, Travis. Go ahead.
This is Travis Heath, Denver city resident for 24 years. As a Denver property owner, I'm opposed to this group living amendment, and not based on some of the reasons that others have insinuated on this call, such as property values, segregation, or people who look different from me. I feel it will have an extreme negative impact to the city on living conditions, and most importantly, it will not solve the problems that it proposes to solve. The number of unrelated people it would allow per square foot in a single-family dwelling is absolutely insufficient and will have a drastic impact on neighbors and the neighborhood, population density overall, and the working people of Denver. This proposal was introduced in the midst of a pandemic, no less, when an emphasis on social distancing and contact tracing are vital to reaching an end to the pandemic. What exactly will happen when someone catches a communicable disease and lives in a single-family dwelling with 5 adults and their children? Denver City Council has been deceitful and misleading through various stages of the proposal and has obfuscated the entities who are actually behind it. They've been the opposite of transparent on many, many aspects of this proposal. This proposal will result in overcrowding. It will place too much demand on the resources that are available for that space and the city services for that geographic location, services which already don't meet the existing needs. Apparently, it will allow up to six cars per single unit property. We already don't have enough parking in the city. How exactly is this supposed to work? It treats property owners and renters across various areas of Denver unfairly, and the potential for abuse of the new guidelines is significant. I ask for a no vote on the unfair group living proposal.
Thank you, Travis. Up next, we have Carrie Joy.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Awesome. My name is Carrie Joy. I'm a resident of District 9, and I'm here speaking in support of this amendment. It is outrageous that we would choose to define what someone's family can look like by law. As a Black queer child of immigrants who identifies as a woman, I've seen these legal restrictions inhumanely define the possibilities of my safe existence. And if we don't start changing that today, then who are we? The arguments we've heard against this, we've heard about people who are a part of the LGBTQ community in the past, about Black people, about immigrants, and too many more, because here we are again today. Please realize, if the non-fictional version of the beloved Golden Girls sitcom lived in Denver, you would call them criminals. It is also outrageous to limit the possibilities of housing during a housing crisis. While people are worried about their pockets, human beings are suffering, especially Black and Brown individuals who have been forced out of their once stable communities because of the prioritization of profit. Housing is a human right, and the very least we could do is change archaic laws that create more barriers than solutions to honoring the humanity of every single living soul in the city. Vote yes so that we can have legal, creative solutions to our housing crisis. Vote yes so that 10 years from now or 5 years from now, your children, friends, and families don't find themselves suffering because we chose not to evolve in our thinking. Truth is, anything that has happened to our unhoused neighbors and has forced them into some of the situations they are in today can happen to you, me, or anyone listening on this call. A bad divorce, a chronic health condition, a job loss, an addiction, or mental health condition that gets out of hand, which at least a quarter of our housed residents are dealing with at any time in a given year. No matter the circumstance, the humane thing to do is to offer the life-affirming solutions to these human conditions. And one of those solutions is to make it legal for individuals, unrelated or not, to share space, share living expenses, and to love and support each other like Assata Shakur taught us. All of this is only a step in the right direction, and I am disappointed in the racism and classism that continues to segregate our neighbors transitioning out of prison. Please do the right thing tonight and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Ward. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. My name is Chris Ward. I'm a resident of Denver, District 10. I'm the president of the Cherry Creek East Association, which is an R&O representing the residents of the Cherry Creek East neighborhood. We oppose the group living text amendment as currently proposed. Based on a survey we conducted of neighborhood residents, in which 84% of over 100 respondents opposed the initiative. Let me give you a quick background on this survey. It contained CPD supporting reasons for the amendment, and CPD and Councilman Hines were given advance copies and invited to comment. Respondents were provided numerous information resources, including the CPD presentation, which 82% of respondents reported having read. In short, the survey was intended to be as informative, unbiased, and fair to the intent of the amendment as possible. Concerns surfaced in the survey include uncertainty about parking, noise, trash, maintenance, and other externalities, concerns about impact on neighborhood character. Unlike groups have been grouped together, assisted living grouped with shelters and community corrections, etc. Inequitable application of the amendment by zone. Decisions will be made at the discretion of an unelected administrator position, and absence of adequate enforcement provisions. These concerns are hardly unique to Cherry Creek East. We've heard all of them from other R&Os and from residents across the city. We feel it is inappropriate to pass the amendment without openly and effectively addressing these concerns. I urge you to vote no on the amendment as currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Thiel. And Diane, we'll have to have you unmute yourself, please. All right, we're gonna see if we can get Diane unmuted. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on then to Karen McGuire. And Karen, you're gonna have to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Karen McGuire, and I'm a Denver resident since the mid-1980s. Thank you, Denver City Council, for hosting this public hearing. Though I am a strong advocate for more unrelated adults permitted to live together and of certain residential care facilities, I object to this group living amendment for the following reasons. 1, the one-size-fits-all allowance of 5 unrelated adults per residence does not reflect the impact this will have in the many Denver neighborhoods with smaller 2-bedroom homes. 2, allowing 10-person homeless shelters in any residential neighborhood vastly alters the character of that neighborhood. These are not the small residential care facilities currently allowed as portrayed by Denver City Council. This is a 25% increase from what is currently allowed. Also, Denver homeowners made their investment based on current zoning. They didn't buy thinking there would be a 10-person homeless shelter next door. 3, the current proposal removes buffers from schools for both correctional facilities where allowed and homeless shelters. These changes affect safety. Amanda Sandoval, in a Ludi meeting last year, portrayed the Independence House Corrections Facility in her District 1 as a plus. She failed to mention that over the last 3 years, there were on average 70 2 to 3 car police callouts per year for serious incidents at this facility. More than 1 per week. Serious incidents include shootings, burglaries, assaults, fights, and disturbances. This is the rest of the Independence House story. 4, I think this proposal will further divide our city and perpetuate inequity because key components rely on investors and developers, many of whom do not and will not live here. The homes that will be bought for rentals, homeless shelters, and correctional facilities will be in the less expensive neighborhoods in Denver, and this will create a disproportionate impact to lower income residents. My recommendation is to scrap this amendment and first write one that only addresses more unrelated adults per resident and proportion that to conforming bedrooms. Evaluate its impact. Continue to foster RCFs as currently allowed, and please complete the 10-year plus effort of uniting Denver under only one zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back and see if we can get Diane Thiel back in the queue here. We're going to need you to unmute Diane. All right. It looks like we're unsuccessful, so we're going to go ahead and go to Brad Siegel.
Good evening, Denver City Council. My name is Brad Siegel. I'm a Denver native who has resided on the 1200 block of Detroit Street in the Congress Park neighborhood for nearly 30 years. Tonight, I'm speaking as a co-founder of All in Denver. All in Denver is a nonprofit advocacy organization that believes an equitable city is where all people have the opportunity to prosper and thrive. We're led by a board of 18 civic leaders and 300 members, nearly all of whom reside in Denver. We strongly support the proposed revisions to Denver's group living rules. We've supported earlier versions of these revisions, and tonight's proposal is not as strong as we would like. However, we respect the process and the spirit of compromise that has brought us to this place. Clearly, tonight's revisions improve Denver's stringent and adequate group living rules and will help make our city more equitable and affordable. On a personal note, I also want to share that for nearly 30 years, I've lived within 1 block of a residential care facility that provides services to individuals suffering severe mental illness. During this time, my wife and I have owned our home and raised a family. Never in 30 years has the proximity of this facility created a disturbance nor affected property values. Furthermore, we have a family friend whose son lived in the facility for several years to stabilize his condition and re-enter society. He, like hundreds of residents over time, now lives independently in our community. By expanding options for these types of facilities, Denver not only becomes a more equitable city, but also a more compassionate one. After all, we're talking about services for our neighbors, our friends, and our families. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gail Bell. Gail, you're going to have to unmute yourself. There you go. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stacy. I would like to say that I have lived in Denver for almost 40 years. And I am very upset, of course, about the homelessness that has gone on, that we have seen that is so much worse during the pandemic. But I want to say to City Council, and it's not just you guys, it's all the city councils that have been here before me, that I feel like the city and county of Denver has never really addressed the homeless issues. As I worked at several museums downtown, I saw every day homeless people in Civic Center Park. And this has been an issue that has been long neglected in our city. I'm glad that we are addressing it now, but we're addressing it because you can't overlook it anymore with what has happened during the pandemic. One of my biggest concerns is the fact that most people don't even know about this pending change in our zoning. I know that Andrew said that there have been multiple articles in the paper. I read the Denver Post every day. I listen to our local news channels. I can tell you of probably about 600 people that live in my neighborhood. I would venture to say easily 90% of them do not even know that this is going on. I appreciate the meeting that Stacy did hold with my neighborhood. I would hope that you would put this at least on delay during the pandemic, when so many people in our city are just focused on trying to survive every day, trying to overcome loneliness. They can't see their families, they can't see their friends, they don't go to meetings. And, you know, I think there are some good things in this, but I also think that there needs to be more transparency about this. And I think that the process has failed in transparency. So I'm asking you to please hold off from voting until more people can participate in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Our next speaker is Jessie Broom.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Jessie Broom, District 3, longtime listener, first time caller. Thanks for being here, guys. And I am here to ask you to vote yes on the group living amendment. And also I want to call on City Council to make a motion to remove that hard cap of 5 unrelated adults, as 5 is not enough. I was thinking about how in 2008, I turned the keys of the door of my first apartment in Denver, 2008. And I cannot overstate the excitement that I had moving to the big city. It was a really big city to me at the time. I'd managed to get out of my tiny hometown that no one ever leaves. And then I managed to get out of an abusive marriage. And I came to Denver to start my life over. And my rent on that spacious 1 bed, 1 bath just off Cheeseman Park with tons of closet space was $400 a month. Do you remember? Can you imagine? And because I could afford to live here, I could build a life here, and I did. I rebuilt my life, and I was so lucky to find an amazing community of artists here in Denver, musicians, writers, poets, muralists. We all found a place here. We found family in each other, and they've added so much richness and beauty to this city. And as housing costs have skyrocketed in Denver, almost every single one of these artists has lived in a place with 4 or 5 or 6 or more people that they were not related to. Group living allowed them to survive here. It allowed them to make art here. It allowed them to become a part of the fabric of this city, from the halls and venues of South Broadway and Colfax to the walls of 5 Points and the Santa Fe Arts District. So here we are in 2021, and our city has worked so hard to draw people here and done so little to think about where to put them. We are in a housing crisis, and we can see it everywhere from our unhoused neighbors who a group that I'm with serves weekly outside of the very building that City Council usually meets in. And I can see it as my friends, my family, my friend family leaves Denver one by one because they can't afford it anymore. We have the chance here tonight to take a step towards becoming the city we want to be. I built my life here, and I want that opportunity to be open to everyone. Our existing housing policies originated in racial and economic discrimination and were intended solely to include those the most in need. This is not consistent with the city that we tell ourselves that we are. Whatever the intentions are of those who defend these exclusionary zoning laws, and I've listened to a lot of them, and they do also sound rooted in racism and classism, the result is simply to perpetuate these policies that were designed to discriminate. The growing inequality in our city is an outcome of policies like we have now, but we can stop this. If Denver wants to be a city where more than just the rich can live, one with rich with vibrant, with artists and immigrants and people of all backgrounds and income levels, we first need to replace these outdated laws and ones aimed with inclusion and justice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesse. Our next speaker is Kathleen Brennan. And Kathleen, you're going to have to unmute. All right, we're going to try to get Kathleen in here one more time. All right, not seeing Kathleen able to unmute. We're going to go ahead and move to Nick Arnoldi. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there we go. We got you, Kathleen. Okay, go ahead, Kathleen, please.
Sure, great, thanks. My name is Kathleen Brennan. I'm a former resident of the East Colfax neighborhood and now a resident of the East Hampden neighborhood. As a parenthetical, I do agree with the early comments of the previous speaker, Richard Sayes, I think is his name. I am in favor of group homes, but in 10 years, I hope to be living in a group home for the elderly rather than in an institution. But I am opposed to the commercialization of our residential areas. Group homes have become a business. When multiple group homes are operated by entities, especially for-profit entities, they become commercialized. Commercial entities do not belong in residential areas. A major purpose of zoning is to keep commercial entities out of residential areas. This amendment on group living encourages group homes in residential areas. And I'm opposed to that, and I would hope that the City Council would take some of the previous comments and consider parsing out these different aspects of the zoning amendments and address them as individual categories rather than the large bill that's before you now. The commercialization of group living is evident in the city's, quote, citizen working group on group living, which was composed of commercial operators and not citizens of the residential areas. In eliminating its oversight, in eliminating permits for group homes, the city is giving up its oversight of group living. I am opposed to the removing of city permits for group living. There need to be parameters for group living. But the distinctions of group living categories types are eliminated by the city. The city is lumping group living, children homes, physically disadvantaged homes, mentally disadvantaged homes, elderly at risk, all into one pot. And in group living, I do not believe that one pot fits all. I think you need those different distinctions so that you can provide the best possible services to these different groups without outdoing the sanctity of our residential areas. I ask you to vote no on the group changes. Preserve our residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nick Arnoldi.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gilmore. And it's actually great to see you again. Thank you for your help in getting a crosswalk installed by my school in your district at Escalante Biggs Academy. I am a teacher, a union teacher here in Denver, and it's very difficult to afford in this area. However, just this past couple of years, we were able to move into Denver after owning a starter home in Aurora. So if you have to go through that process all over again, please let me know. I can help you out. But to go back to my original point, we already have a city where people are housing insecure, or for a lack of a better word, homeless. I live and own a home in District 3, and I work in District 11, and I see many districts on my daily commute. I have to go across the city diagonally. I'm a union teacher who was present when our union made the decision to vote for this change, to support this change. And speaking on my own behalf, I've seen the evidence of students who do not have a safe place to rest their heads. They don't succeed. Think about the children. Think about the students who can continue to be displaced while keeping this policy the same as it's always been. Underprivileged kids always feel the brunt of these policies or the lack of these amendments. So I urge you to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Howe. Or Lauren Ho. I'm sorry, Lauren.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gilmore. My name is Lauren Howe, and I use she, her pronouns, and I'm here tonight as a private citizen. I recently purchased a home in the Athmar Park neighborhood of Denver at 1340 West Custer Place in District 7. As a woman of color in my late 20s, I want to express my sincere support for the amendments to the group living code, and more specifically, the proposed household regulations. I lived with 6 other roommates in an intentional community in City Park West for over a year. It was a group of young professionals, graduate students, nonprofit directors, artists, educators, storytellers, and activists. We all came together to live under one roof to create positive social change in our community, and we were able to save significant money with affordable rent. We held regular house meetings, shared a chore list, grew a community garden, and hosted public events like panel discussions and film screenings on refugee issues and political advocacy. It still amazes me that people with such diverse interests could not only coexist under one roof, but thrive and collaborate. Our house was like an organism, a place where each of us had a role and function to play, and we were much stronger together than separate. It was such a privilege and opportunity to be able to learn from and collaborate with each other. Although I no longer live in this house, these housemates were my chosen family and have become some of my best friends in Denver, the foundation of my community here. It is shocking and disappointing to know that the way we were living is currently illegal, and it is also exciting and hopeful to know that future groups of individuals wanting to make our city better and more affordable through living in community or cooperatives may be permitted to do so under the proposed group living code amendments. I'm privileged and grateful to have just bought a home, and I also experienced firsthand the lack of housing affordability and gentrification that's sweeping our city. I genuinely believe that allowing more than 2 unrelated adults to reside in the same household is one sustainable, equitable, and anti-racist solution to the housing crisis, especially during a deep economic recession. I urge you to vote yes in support of these changes, ideally allowing more than 5 unrelated adults to live together. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Lauren. Our next speaker is Arthur Alarcon. We're going to have you
Okay,
unmute.
I got it.
There we go. Go ahead,
I got it.
Arthur.
All right, thank you. My name is Arthur Alarcon. I'm a 44-year Denver resident, all in the same Southeast Denver neighborhood. It's Councilwoman Black's neighborhood or District 6, and I've been in the same home for 44 years. This bill will change the intended use of single-family residential neighborhoods. The homes in my neighborhood were intended to be used for one family with appropriately sized amenities, such as hallways, baths, kitchens, HVAC, light and ventilation. The infrastructure also was based on single family use. The size of the water main, sewer line, electrical service, surface drainage, etc., were all sized for single family. When you put 4 or 5 adults with unlimited children, you overtax the system. It has to be rebuilt or rebuilt sooner or totally replaced. The bill was begotten in a clandestine manner by the mayor and 2 council members, and beneficiaries are not the citizens of the affected areas, nor city and county of Denver residents as a whole, but rather business interests that will profit handsomely from the redevelopment and enhanced rents received as a result of the passage of this bill. Without the dedication of a Denver citizen to uncover the real interest behind the birth of this terrible bill, none of the residents would know that the mayor and 2 council members, along with involved business interests, planned this whole massive change of use. The ruling by a Denver judge allowed all this activity to be uncovered and then be disseminated, but very late in the process. The mayor is on record as stating he had no part in the origin of this bill. I urge the council to vote no on this group living amendment and further urge Denver City residents to keep a close eye on future land use issues, since the current council has proven to need citizen review constantly. Thank you. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you, Arthur. Our next speaker is Pete Wintersheet.
Correct. Yeah. Hello, I'm Pete Wintersheet, District 1 resident, and I strongly support adopting this amendment. I've been a Denver resident for 30 years and change. I've lived in various parts of the city, and similar to many of the other supporters here, at certain points in time, I have lived afoul of this law. And not once has it been a criminal matter or brought to anyone's attention, which drives me to some of the numerous reasons that I support this amendment. First, you can make the kind of libertarian case of this is a private household. What right does the government have to say what my family looks like? You know, if who I'm living with and things of that nature, and setting arbitrary limits there. Next, there's no deny. I mean, this has been called out a number of times, but the racial and economic injustices brought about by this rule. Part of the reason that myself and many of the other supporters that have lived afoul of this law have gotten away with it is because we're largely of, you know, well-to-do class, you know, whatever that means. You know, a family with an au pair living with them would currently be afoul of this law, but nobody's going to call 311 on them. A low-income family with a cousin that's maybe not really a cousin, they're going to get impacted by the current law. Though what also comes to mind for me is the affordability and long-term viability of the city. By preventing people from living in houses, we're creating more traffic, we're going to degrade our neighborhoods and limit the sort of residents that are allowed to live here. I have several friends in very well-paying jobs who cannot afford to live in Denver. They have had to seek accommodation outside of the city, sometimes literally across the border where there's allowed more than 2 people allowed in a household. Many of them commute to jobs downtown and drive on our roads, speed through our neighborhoods, and create smog and pollution in our skies. While this group living amendment won't change a lot of that, we might be willing to decrease some of it. And I would say some of what really drives me nuts and drives me to support this amendment even more strongly is the nuts opposition that car storage is more important than housing people, which is what numerous of the opponents of this opposition bring up. Where will I park my car instead of what family is allowed to live next to me?
Thank you. That's your time this evening. Appreciate you joining us, Pete. Up next, we've got Emmett Hobley. And Mr. Hobley, we'll have to have you unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a native of Denver, Colorado for 62 years. I've been a resident of Montbello for since 1985, and I am sickened by the gentrification that has been allowed to take place in our city. And the zoning, racist zoning that has plagued this city for decades and centuries. I am in favor of the group living amendment. I am not in favor of the amendment being watered down. I am not in favor of more restrictions being placed on residents that they can least afford it. And I would urge the city council to increase the group living number of participants, get rid of some of the racist policies that go along with this, and make sure that it's equitable for the whole community, not just parts of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hobley. Up next, we have Brian Wilson.
Hi, thank you. First off, just thanks for allowing me to speak. I want to just say ditto to several of the prior speakers, Jonathan Potoko, Kevin Matthews, Jesse Broom. Hashtag 5 is not enough. I thought that was good. Lauren Howe. Are we able to ask a clarifying question to Andrew Webb? Is that possible?
No, not at this point. You
Oh,
can
bummer.
go ahead
Okay.
and pose it, but go ahead.
I think that there's several misconceptions that were brought up, particularly regarding the quote unquote commercialization, not of the group homes, but of people coming in, buying homes, and then using them as rental homes and being like absentee landlords. It's my understanding that there's something built into this to prevent that. Maybe somebody could speak to that at some point. If you guys can jot that down for maybe after, I think that's good, or somebody can interject. Otherwise, that's, yes, please. I urge your support. And in particular, I would prefer that we increase, and if possible, make a motion to remove the cap altogether for unrelated adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Up next, we have Tanya Cohen.
Hi, Tanya Cohen, District 3. I'm going to summarize a bit of what the recent Denver Post article said on this subject. Much of Denver's zoning code, as we have heard, is completely outdated and predates World War II, which is just crazy. Many of the codes legalized discrimination as Denver grew, keeping lower income residents unable to access these single family homes. We need to follow in the footsteps of other cities who've experienced similar growth and high housing costs. Austin, Texas, which has experienced growth similar to Denver's, allows 6 unrelated people to a house throughout their city. And their city planner said he's heard very few concerns about living arrangements throughout the city. Seattle allows 8, far more than we're asking. No other major cities in the country have a limit as low as Denver's. Much of the opposition is coming from Safe and Sound Denver and other clearly privileged folks are house owners seeking to impose more discrimination against more vulnerable, less privileged house renters. But city planners in Denver, Austin, and Salt Lake City agree that many of the concerns are overblown. Obviously, allowing more unrelated people to live together in a home would allow individual rents to go down. Revising these severely outdated codes would also allow the renovation or reconstruction of large shelters, which we've heard, and also allow shelters run by churches, nonprofits, and governments to increase the number of days a year they can host people. These things are clearly needed to help our most vulnerable in Denver. Also, we need more halfway houses outside of remote industrial zones that provided much needed transitional housing and helped to integrate people into the community in better locations closer to public transportation and other services. Austin and Salt Lake City already allow this, and neither city has seen any major issues stemming from those sites. We must oppose the blatant racist, classist cries coming from those most privileged in Denver who already own houses, and find new creative ways to help our most vulnerable and less privileged to stay and contribute to Denver. We need diversity in Denver. We must honor Denver's working class history and stop catering to those with money and power. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Up next, we have Pamela Clifton. And Pamela's on the phone, so we'll get her connected to the audio here. It shows that we're still connecting. All right, Pamela, we've got you connected. If you want to go ahead and hit *6 to unmute. Pamela? Oh,
Yes.
there you go. All right. Yep, now we can. Go ahead, please.
I lost all my internet right when I needed to talk.
Oh, no. Well, we've got you up in the queue, so go ahead, please.
My name's Pam Clifton. I'm from City Council 7, and I really want to thank you guys so much for giving us the opportunity to speak. And I'm calling today in support of the City of Denver's efforts to update regulations in the zoning code, because I am a homeowner who's a resident in Athmar Park and have been there for almost 20 years, and I'm near retirement. And I think that this is the smartest thing we can do for our city, because making Denver more equitable, diverse, and inclusive in its approach to housing has been a long time in coming. And when people are safely housed, then we are a safer community. Equitability and inclusivity by definition requires that everyone, regardless of who they are or where they come from, has the opportunity to thrive in the city, which is deeply important when it comes especially to our returning citizens and the opportunity to be successful when they come home. When there's equity, a person's identity does not determine their outcome. We need to improve access to opportunity, flexible housing choices in all neighborhoods, so giving everyone access to goods, opportunities, and services that they need to be as comfortable as possible. Listen, if this last year has taught us anything, it's that we need to have the flexibility to be nimble and responsive in the face of things we've never imagined, without dealing with the barriers of exclusionary practices that require time and incredibly cumbersome processes to remove. One of the text amendments that was added requires limiting new residential opportunities to existing buildings. I think that needs to be removed because it's too limiting and should be voted down. I do want to specifically recognize and support not only the city's efforts, but Andrew's extraordinary work to make sure that all of this happened. The process was incredibly transparent. It happened over a very long period of time. And I for one, was excited to be able to watch it unfold. So please, I'm not going to use all my time, but I want to please vote for this. It's important and we need it.
Thank you, Pamela. Up next, we have Paige Burkholder.
Just moving for the glare. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for having me on tonight. I'm Paige Burkholder. I'm a Southmar Park, Southeast Denver resident of District 4, and I've lived in Denver for 30 years. As many of you all know, I'm involved with Safe and Sound Denver, which is a diverse, nonpartisan, grassroots collaboration of Denver neighbors from across the city that oppose the current group living zoning code amendment. This is a massive and complex amendment with lots of details, and I'm still trying to figure out some of it with the latest revision. There have been many flaws in this process. This amendment didn't come about from a need that was identified by the community, but originated from the mayor's office in 2017. The Group Living Advisory Committee was comprised of special interest groups and not diverse and did not include many neighbors from across the city. Also, Chapter 59, which exempts a big 20% of the city, and in some areas a pretty substantial amount, will divide neighborhoods. And for example, Montbello, it goes right through the neighborhood, where some places will be considered exempt and others not. It's unfortunate that this wasn't addressed until after the planning board approval, and it was brought out by neighbors in Safe and Sound Denver. This amendment is not equitable, and it does not spread equity throughout our city. In fact, it'll punish the very communities that the city states that they want to help. So tonight, here we are. I ask you to consider when voting this evening these questions. Is this really the right and best solution for Denver? Does this truly represent what most Denver neighbors desire for our city. I'm sure, like I have, you've read the passionate letters and comments that have gone to your council office and to CPD. They've been written by crime victims, people that have suffered from unenforcement violations, tight living quarters, noise, trash, the list goes on. There's a large list of R&Os that oppose the group living amendment on the Safe and Sound Denver website, including the Inter-Neighborhood Cooperative, which also opposed this amendment and asked for the city to break it into separate sections. Did you go to change.org and see the petition signatures? Over 10,000 people have signed that petition asking the council to vote no. Will the zoning change this amendment? Will the zoning change in this amendment enhance or diminish the many unique and diverse neighborhoods? We ask you to vote no tonight because this vote is so important to the constituents that elected you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kinsey Hasted.
Good evening. Thank you to the council members, Andrew Webb and the folks at CPD, the advisory committee, and the many hundreds, if not thousands of residents who have done the work to get this important policy consideration here tonight. My name is Kinsey Hasted, and I am a Denver resident, but I'm here representing the organizational interests of Enterprise Community Partners, where I am the state and local policy director. I'm here tonight to voice Enterprise's support for the group living text amendment. Enterprise works nationally and here in Denver to make home and community places of pride, power, and belonging for all, including by meaningfully advancing racial equity. We do so through capital investment, policy and programmatic engagement, and advocacy. First, Enterprise supports increasing the number of unrelated adults who can lawfully create and share a home together. While we supported earlier iterations of this proposal that allowed more unrelated adults to live together and did not draw such stark differences between those who are biologically related and not, this proposal represents much needed change. Denver's current cap of 2 unrelated adults lags far behind peer cities, with many implications. This restriction is rooted in discriminatory policies and beliefs, and still today stands to disproportionately impact BIPOC, immigrant, LGBTQ, single parent, lower income, and other systemically marginalized households. Moreover, Denver has a long-standing housing affordability crisis. Prior to the pandemic, 70,000 Denver households were cost-burdened, and COVID has only made it worse. Both in this moment and for the long term, Denverites need more options for affordable, high-quality homes. Expanding the number of people who can share the costs and benefits of living together will not fix the crisis, but it is one such option. Second, residential care sites and services should be available in and supported by more Denver communities. Enterprise supports the city's overall effort to consider these programs by number of residents rather than type, though we are disappointed by the exclusion of community corrections of any size from single family and duplex zoned areas. This reflects long-standing deference to affluent households and may not fully enhance residential care participants' access to services. At the same time, we support the text amendment as a meaningful step forward. It is critical that Denver's jobs, public transportation, and community resources be available to folks who rely on group living situations to maintain their sobriety, find temporary shelter, leave confinement, or thrive with their peers with the appropriate supportive care. Finally, you may not have been hearing from as many organizations representing and serving those who would benefit most from these changes. As someone with the privilege of working with and learning from many of these groups, I can tell you that it's not that interest and support isn't there. Rather, some fear for their safety. Some are stretched too thin meeting their own basic needs and those they serve through these extraordinarily challenging times. But these people care very much. We urge your yes vote.
Thank you, Kinsley. Up next, we've got Michelle LaCrue.
Thank you, City Council. I do implore you to vote no on this text amendment for a couple of reasons. Not that I am against group housing or finding more economical ways for people to live. Now let me back up. I am a longtime resident of District 2, but I oppose this particular amendment for many of the reasons already discussed. And so personally, my own is that I do believe there are unintended consequences by having a bill of this size all grouped together. I do think that you would get more support and you would find more people favorable if this bill were broken into smaller pieces and not lumped into a 200-page bill that is difficult for citizens to read and filter through and follow the laws. I do also believe that this amendment does not support truly the common interest of those families that are struggling to make ends meet and do want to share rent or mortgage with other adults not related. And the reason that I feel this way is because of the well, what has been said, the sorry, I lost my train of thought. The lawsuit that had to be founded this week, that things were just not put forth honestly and openly since the beginning of all of the research has been done. So, excuse me, the information that has come out seems very one-sided and almost like propaganda as to, we want this bill to pass, but we're really not looking at the people who are financially struggling. There may be financial interests that are actually conflicts of interest. So yes, there are good things in this bill, but the size of the bill, the apparent conflict of interest that exist are too questionable for this to pass and really support what the majority of Denver residents and households look like. I'm urging for a no vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Myra Gonzalez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Myra Gonzalez, and I am a resident in Council District 11. Since 1995, my family and I have lived in the Montbello neighborhood. We love our city, community, and our neighbors. Over the years, we have seen and lived the impacts racist policies have had on our health, housing options, economic opportunities, education, and much more. Today, we are seeing the impacts of redlining and are feeling the pressures of gentrification. Our neighbors, community, and my family included have had to get creative with our housing options to avoid the violence of displacement. I am here today to support the proposed group living zoning code amendment, specifically because it will increase the number of unrelated people allowed to live together, and it will categorize residential care and group living homes by size rather than type of facility or services being provided. Together, this ordinance will advance people's ability to live in places that are accessible to transit, jobs, and other community-based services. I am also here to directly fight against the racist, xenophobic, and classist efforts of wealthy groups like Safe and Sound, who have hijacked the process and conversations around group living and have attempted to invalidate years of planning efforts, research, and outreach. Groups opposing the ordinance have mailed letters directly to households around the city. These letters that we received in Montbello contain lies and inflammatory language meant to confuse and create opposition for the ordinance. This propaganda has led to hurtful community conversations where our own neighbors have begun to adopt anti-immigrant sentiments. Residents during community calls quote directly from these letters. We have heard our elderly residents crying on Zoom calls hosted by our city council office because these letters have made them afraid of their next door neighbors. Afraid. This propaganda has created widespread fear. And as my colleague Kiara Jackson shared over an hour ago, our immigrant neighbors are now scared that their neighbors and other residents who oppose group living will call the city on them if they have large families, placing them in danger of the deportation machine. In Montbello, we already have families who are living grouped up in single-family homes. I lived this way for over 10 years and finally have had the means to purchase my own home, which I continuously fear I may not be able to keep because of the gentrification machine. And so I am asking council today to vote in support of this grouped amendment, and I hope that you can stand up against the propaganda being distributed by folks who have nothing to lose and help protect those of us who are vulnerable to housing insecurity, displacement, and homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. Our next speaker is Florence Seaburn. Go ahead, Florence.
Good evening. My name is Florence Seaburn, District 6. I've been involved with this amendment since January of 2020.
You can go ahead. You've got your audio all right.
Oh, all righty. Thank you. I was under the impression the video was also going to be there. So I've been involved with this amendment since January of 2020. My background is in research, processes, and rules, and I approached this issue from that standpoint. I submitted numerous Colorado Open Records Act requests to find objective, factual information. The Cora documents show that the origin of this effort was the mayor's office and 2 council members. The reasoning behind it is the failure of Denver programs to adequately address community corrections, homelessness, and related affordable housing issues. The Group Living Advisory Committee was specifically chosen for their expertise as providers of services, and 85% of those organizations represented on the committee will benefit from this amendment. GLAC consisted of 48 members. A majority were service providers and 8 represented neighborhoods. 6 out of 11 council districts had 0 representation on GLAC. Fully 1/2 of the city was not even represented. There were 8 full group GLAC meetings. Of the 48 members, meeting attendance ranged from a low of 14 members to a high of only 34 members. The meeting where the number 8 was decided as the increase of unrelateds per household had only 18 members present, a 37% attendance rate. The final meeting where draft language was approved had only 20 members, a 41% attendance rate. So for the last 2 out of 3 years, only a handful of people were making decisions about this amendment. When the public was finally involved in February and March of 2020 in a series of 4 open houses, it was just before the COVID lockdown. For the duration of 2020, CPD and City Council expected Denver residents to educate themselves on a 200-page zoning code amendment while struggling to keep their jobs, school their children, and stay healthy under extreme COVID conditions and restrictions. There was no authentic public engagement in 2020. There was simply pushback as word spread to those who could minimally engage. There has been 31 days since the draft revision was posted online. Again, not enough time for authentic public engagement for an amendment that will affect every Denver resident, owner or renter in the city of 712,000 people. I started a change.org petition as a way for Denver residents to safely and easily express their opposition to this amendment. Signatures poured in from all over the city, and I verified them with voter registration and residency databases. I submitted 3,759 residents to Denver to the public comment logs. Today, I submit 266 more for a total of 4,025. These are your constituents, and they say, stop, reset, and readdress these issues. We ask for your no vote on the amendment tonight, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leah Charney.
Hi there. My name is Leah Charney, and I live in the Diverse Cole neighborhood in District 9, and I live in an area that's already zoned for some of the group housing that folks seem to be concerned by. Yet somehow property here has increased in value by 2.5 times in the past decade. So it's more than doubled. I've heard so many fear-based comments tonight that I cannot believe I have to say this, but I urge you to vote yes on this matter and vote to make roommates and families legal in Denver. In the current code, roommates are effectively illegal unless you live in an apartment or a duplex, logic that makes little sense. It is just as against the zoning code for unrelated adults to buy a house together as it is to rent one together. An infinite number of related adults can already live together, though. So we're defining what a family is. Also, being married in a civil union or in a domestic partnership does not count as being related under the current zoning. which also shouldn't matter because serious relationships are not defined by paperwork. So again, I ask council, what business does the city have in defining a family? As we've heard, the city has engaged in a very long process to update the more than 50-year-old classist, racist, homophobic, outdated zoning code. As an aside, it wasn't a big secret which citizens were on the initial committee drafting the proposed changes. It's been on the city's website this whole time. When I stumbled upon this about a year ago, it was very easy to see who was part of the committee proposing these changes. And the changes that they proposed have evolved so that what is before council today is a code that matches the zoning of surrounding areas like Arvada and Lakewood. And those are cities that don't suffer from lowered housing values or higher crime rates either. So this new zoning code is neither unheard of, nor is it particularly modern. I think in many ways, it literally brings Denver to a status quo that's already followed by most municipalities. So let's also be clear that much of this just decriminalizes the way that people are already living. It is the right move for the city to adopt this change. Ideally, it would be the previous set of suggested updates. But at minimum, I urge you to pass what's before you. Because the proposed code also updates the code for other group living situations, like supporting the unhoused, residential treatment facilities, and nursing or group homes. This update classifies them by size instead of type. Folks seem to be concerned that the zoning changes will mean criminals on every corner. So I again remind you that that hasn't happened in other cities or towns with much more modern zoning than what's proposed here. I urge council and my fellow neighbors to keep in mind that those kinds of formal group living situations are heavily regulated already, and that
Thank you.
That's outside
Leah,
of
that's
the
the
code.
time we have allotted. We appreciate you being here tonight. Our next speaker is Jerry Dokerson. And Jerry, you're going to have to go ahead and unmute, please. All right, we're going to try to get
Am I
Jerry
unmuted
up.
now?
There you go. Yep, you're in. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, my name is Jerry Dirksen, 45-year resident of District 4 in Southeast Denver. There are many flaws in the group living amendment, and it's certainly impossible to address all of them in the time allotted. Community Planning and Development had 3 years and professional staff to construct this amendment and put together their sales pitch, but we've only got 3 minutes to respond, so I'll do my best. An analysis of public commentary in all phases of this process shows 80 to 90% opposition. It would seem that by itself would be enough to put an end to this ill-conceived idea, but here we are. Due to time constraints, I will only comment on 1 or 2 aspects of the amendment. The draft as it currently stands allows for a single-family residence to be occupied by up to 5 unrelated adults, plus an unlimited number of minor children, and up to 6 vehicles, 1 for each licensed driver, plus 1 more. This would create an undesirable situation for anyone unfortunate enough to live in the immediate vicinity. However, this scenario is downplayed by CPD by displaying a chart on the group living pages of the denver.gov website, which shows the average household size for other Colorado cities and several peer cities. Here's the chart. It's the same chart that Andrew Webb presented earlier in his staff report. Is from a low of 1.94 in Aspen to 3.10 in Commerce City. Even in Seattle and Vancouver, where up to 8 unrelated adults are allowed, the number is 2.12 and 2.46 respectively. That being the case, it would seem logical to cap the number at 3. It's apparent that allowing a number greater than 3 does not result in an increase in the average number of unrelated adults occupying a home. However, a cap of 3 would prevent the occasional high occupancy situation from adversely affecting a block in a neighborhood where it could occur. There are other solutions to high housing costs than increasing density in residential areas. The second item I'd like to address is allowing homeless shelters to exist in residential areas. The question of how to address homelessness has been going on a program many years ago. We now have a homeless situation much worse than it was then, at a cost of umpteen millions of dollars. Seems to me that an objective view of the situation indicates that efforts have been misguided. Dealing with the causes of homelessness, primarily drug and alcohol addiction and mental problems, money is thrown at providing food and shelter. This provides only temporary relief, does nothing to solve the unfailed to see
Gary,
how
that's the time we
relocating
have
homeless
allotted
individuals
for you
into a
this
residential
evening.
area will do
Our
anything
next speaker
except to transfer the
up
problem from
is
one area to
Robert
another,
DeRay.
attract the
Go
drug
ahead,
necessary.
Robert. We're going to go ahead and get you into the queue, and want to just remind folks you've got 3 minutes to speak. And if you're repeating things that folks have already said, we've got about 150 speakers, and we're just starting our 50-second speaker. And so just a quick reminder for folks. Go ahead, Robert. Oh, and I think you might be muted. We don't have your audio, Robert.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, cool. Sometimes I have problems with that. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm a resident of Council District 10, Councilman Hines District. I've been following this debate for a while. I was at some of the in-person hearings, so, 18 years ago or whenever it was, and, have caught through those and through these, a lot of people talking about how they, they get an opportunity to make it in this city, and they've been able to buy property, or they've been able to rent, and kind of their personal story of succeeding here in Denver. And I think, what's kind of both pro and against the theme I've heard is that people get to succeed in this city, and I think that's pretty awesome. I feel the same way. My wife and I had our first kid this year, and are really looking forward to kind of succeeding ourselves and raising a family here. And I think if that's going to be a story for everyone, if we all agree that Denver is a place where people can succeed, and people of all kinds, we need to be searching for every opportunity to promote success, whatever it looks like, and promote the different ways of living and of being that means. And I think this is just a really great example of that. I think Andrew Webb and everybody at the city, Councilwoman Kinich, and everybody that's been pushing for this have done a really good job of trying to find a way that really draws the line of allowing current homeowners and everybody that has property and are worried about property values to keep that, and everybody that either chooses or has to live in a different way to find housing that works for them. And so this, just I'm amazed at the amount of hard work that has gone in to find a solution that really draws that line and promotes that sort of future where everybody can succeed. And here in Congress Park, where we live, there's some signs that talk about how they support, I can't remember what exactly they say, but they support an inclusive Denver, and they say no high rises. And I think that just doesn't fit, in that a lot of these arguments you hear about this really go at that they're attacking some way of people succeeding. Some people want or need to live in high rises. And if we want an inclusive city, if we want something that works for everybody, then we've got to be open to all solutions. And I think this measures that. And so I'm going to give back those 25 seconds. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeVray. We're going to go next to Derek Kokovinis. Derek, I believe you're in. You might need to unmute your mic. Derek, you're still not unmuted. Derek, one more try. Okay, Derek, keep trying at that. We're going to move over to the next speaker, which is Steve Harley. Mr. Harley, can you unmute your mic?
Thank you, Council. For
We
those
can
who
hear
don't know, the Zoom call just changed and we can now see quite a few of the participants and the participant list. I don't know if that's intentional. My name is Steve Harley. I've lived in Baker, District 7, in one home since 1999, and I support the group living amendment. I want to take a moment to thank Myra Gonzalez because I was really impressed by her powerful testimony. I'm not going to go into depth, but that was the one that I've heard so far that really nailed it for me. I'll speak on some slightly different issues. I'm a citizen student of Denver planning issues, and I've helped my neighbors understand this amendment since its inception in 2018. I'm involved in Baker's neighborhood organization, but I'm speaking tonight on my own behalf. The thing that I think a lot of us share is that we had a lengthy youth, during which, in my case, I lived in several group living households. In every case, we shared meals, resources, and inspirations, and calling us family would be completely fair. Those experiences were also fundamental to developing my civic involvement. I'm familiar with and I support the amendment's careful realignment of residential care and group and congregate living rules. The new rules are a compromise, but they'll help Denver move forward. They're not moving anything backward. I am, however, very disappointed in the household living compromise, limiting households to 5 adults if any one of them is unrelated. Disrespects the reality that many larger groups will still live together. It means that some people will continue to wield inequitable, complaint-based enforcement over upstanding residents. I hope you will reconsider this cap now or in the future, but I do want you to pass this amendment. Thank you for making your decision carefully.
Thank you, Mr. Harley. I think I saw Mr. Kokovinis. Was
Yeah.
he still in? Okay, thank you.
Yes, hello, good afternoon or good evening. Thank you. Sorry about the muting and so forth. Anyway, I'm strongly in opposition to this group living amendment and for a variety of reasons. Also, I've been listening. I sort of had a proposal of things that I would address, but I've heard so many speakers talk about various things. And I frankly think all of the comments regarding racism and classism and bigotry are incendiary remarks. They're insulting. They're not accurate. These people that live in single family residential neighborhoods, such as myself, are not, we're not classist. We're taking care of our homes. We're taking care of our neighborhoods. We're watching out for our neighbors. We're supporting local cultural organizations. We're supporting nonprofits. We're supporting food banks. We are, doing good things in our neighborhood. We're growing trees. We're, adding to the quality of the air. This whole racist, is just an argument. It's just an excuse. It's just a way to cast blame. People, make the point that, that there's an unfair treatment of people who can't afford housing. Well, that may be true. Denver's an expensive city. That was caused by a lot of reasons, including, giving variances to developers, building massive homes on what were single family, small, homes and lots. Those kind of things, building has gotten out of control. Housing has gotten out of control. They're clearly all elite people in this city. That's not something you can change. That's not something the group living amendment is going to address. What it's going to address is driving people out of the city, taking people that are paying taxes, taking people that are supporting local nonprofits, organizations that everybody in this benefit, including these people that are griping about unaffordable housing, amenities are increasing vastly as a result. I really, the slides and arguments we've been given from Andrew Weber, ad nauseum slides to the point where it's just too much information. But basically, we're talking about destroying neighborhoods. We're talking about driving people out of the city. We're talking about people, neighbors, including in my area, that are afraid to go out at night because of homes that have too many roommates, have criminal problems. And we're talking also about zoning department now who's not intending to or not, about to enforce regulations. People are, neighborhood inspection services become, the contrary to the good of the neighborhoods. People cannot get through and make an effective argument. They're essentially told that, we don't need to hear those comments anymore. And you're singled out. You're actually looked at the perpetrator when you're trying to address a trash issue, an overcrowding issue, a parking issue, a police, criminal issue. It's just not appropriate that,
Thank
this
you,
neighborhood
sir.
inspection
That's
is
the
not gonna-
time we have allocated for each
Yeah.
speaker.
Okay,
Our
thank
next speaker up is Tricosa Burdine. And I'm going to need you to hit *6 to unmute.
Hello?
Go ahead, Mrs. Burdine.
Okay. I'm a member of 2020 in Montbello, and I'm against the group living. And I don't understand how you can try to pass this amendment, because no respect was given to our community. This group living can change our lives, our way of living, and we already have some problems in our community. And I wish some of the people would have decided to come out, some of the council people, to come out into our communities and see what was going on before they decided to do this. And how can you say you're concerned about the homeless, putting people up in houses together when you are taking people to keep a distance, telling people to keep a distance from each other? The problem that I have is that we are taxpayers, and we are asking the city council and the planning board to put this group living on hold during this pandemic. This is one of the most difficult times that we're having, and this is not a problem that we need. And there's something else I want to say. I appreciate people talking about the homeless and people and the people who cannot afford different things, but I don't like the attitude or the idea that whenever they're talking about the poor, whenever they're talking about people who don't have housing and all this kind of stuff, they use the blacks as an excuse. We have lived in this community for over 30 years. Nobody helped us buy a home. We did it all on our own. We had many neighbors that bought their homes out here. We were military personnel, retired military, and retired government workers, so we were not poor. And we don't like the attitude of people making it look like every time there's an issue in the city or anywhere else, black people are the ones they call on, because that is not the truth, and I don't appreciate it, and I don't know of any black who do. So no matter what, this has got to stop. If you want to try to pass something and do something illegal or do something that you know is not right, do it on your own time. But don't use us as an excuse, because that is not right, and we don't appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Burdine. Up next, we have Susan Young. And it looks like we don't have Susan in the queue. And so up next, we have Lucia Brown. You'll have to unmute yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Lucia Brown. I live in Baker in District 7, and I'm the president of the Baker Historic Neighborhood Association, BHNA. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of both the association and myself because our positions are the same. So BHNA voted overwhelmingly on 2 occasions to support the GLAC proposals. In fact, we voted that they didn't go far enough with allowing only 5 unrelated adults living together instead of the original 8. The dilution of what the GLAC originally came up with is truly sad, and here's why. Baker, like all older neighborhoods in Denver, was developed before there was such a thing as zoning. As such, it grew organically at a human scale with various types of businesses interspersed with various types of residences. Fast forward to when the city was imposing zoning on all parts, Baker was zoned almost completely residential, a mistake we've spent the last couple of decades trying to rectify. None of the residentially zoned parts of Baker are single family, yet Baker is full of single family homes. In fact, Baker is a wonderfully charming and walkable neighborhood made up of a diverse housing stock from single family homes, duplexes, triplexes, row houses. We have publicly subsidized units and penthouses, high rises and large market rate apartment complexes. We also have group homes, transitional housing, mental health facilities, and private businesses sprinkled throughout. If Denver is to provide housing for all its citizens, then we must allow higher density in all areas of the city. If Denver wants to improve its carbon footprint and become a 15-minute city, then we must have mixed use throughout. If we want to reduce the recidivism rate, then we must provide a healthy means for those who committed crimes to reintegrate into our society. If we want to correct the tragedy of redlining and systemic racism built into Denver's zoning code, then we must all open our neighborhoods to families that don't necessarily look like the stereotypical nuclear family. If anything, this amendment doesn't go far enough. Denver should join the leadership of Minneapolis, Sacramento, and the state of Oregon and get rid of single-family zoning altogether. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Lucia. Up next, we have Elle Neff, and after her, we have Kate Adams. And Kate, if you're in the attendee queue, please raise your hand so we can get you moved over as a panelist. Kate Adams. In the meantime, Elle, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, council members. My name is Elle Neff. I'm a member of Council District 10, and I'm here to show my support for the updates to our currently archaic group living rules. As former coordinator of All in Denver and an advocate for social equity, I've been following the group living conversations for over a year. I know the updates are a result of years of research and countless compromises, many of them questionable. It's time we acknowledge that work has been done and listen to the cries for help from frontline organizations so we can move on to other solutions. My passion for social equity is likely tied to the fact that I grew up experiencing a lack of housing myself. I was raised by a single mother who suffered from schizophrenia. I was kept off the streets thanks to group living situations. We lived in homes of friends, shelters, organizations like the Safe House, and shared student housing. Had we not been able to live in these situations, I would have been a child on the streets. Had we not lived in cities where there are less restrictions on group living, I may have also been a child who didn't get to go to school. I've heard a majority of the arguments against passing these updates, and I'd like to briefly address the main ones. One, what's the point if group living isn't enforced often? The laws as they stand give corrupt landlords more grounds to threaten the livelihood of tenants, and supporting the group living laws as is sends a message that the city supports their corruption. The second argument is shelters and rehabs will appear everywhere, ruining our neighborhoods and making them less safe for our children. Not only are there regulations within the amendments and other limitations like expensive building codes making this impossible, but this is a telling argument as it shows a level of ignorance as to what leads people to homelessness. Whose children are you seeking to protect? Certainly not all of them. Think about the purpose of these facilities: stability, more children attending schools, more support for addiction, emergency mental health support, services that can provide follow-up and consistency. The only argument remaining is parking spots, one that is most bothersome to me. First off, no landlords will be forced to house more people than they're comfortable with. Take it up with them. I also notice this is an argument often made by the same people who say that group living isn't enforced. This fear seems to represent issues that run deeper than their protectiveness of a parking spot. Again, the work has been done, compromises have been made. Pass these updates and rest well knowing that you're helping us take a step toward more housing solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cassius Burdine.
Oh, okay, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Burdine.
I'm a Vietnam Purple Hearted veteran, and I'm now 82 years old, and I have lived here over 30 years in the same house. Montbello Group Living, I'm not for. The things that's made changes here, we fought to get them, and we certainly don't want to just give it, throw it in the trash can. Everybody that was coming had to go through the same thing. I agree with everything my wife said 100%. Now, we all have 2 and 3 garage space and driveways that'll hold a car, but yet there are people parking on the streets. So we don't get our streets swept half the time because there's cars parked there. So the sweeper gets the center of the street and it's in and out. And Tulsa below me, they park all the time. And the bus stop is even blocked where the kids can't get on it. I'm talking about the RTD. And if it comes a time where somebody get run over, then we'll get concerned about it. We need to be concerned about it up front now. This is not right. And the changes we fought for, we don't intend to give them up. Okay? Now, I've seen trucks, tractor-trailer trucks, parked in driveways. That was a no-no. So nobody's backing up what we did. I've seen new driveways poured, and I just said, well, let's see if the inspector's going to come and check it. We need, the inspectors or you supervisors need to get off your hind ends and get out to the area and look at some things yourself. Don't assume that person that's in charge know better. If they did, they would do the work to begin with in the right fashion. When you pour blacktop around railroad tracks, you might do it 7 times a year. When you put cement there, it'll last you 7 years. It wound up being cheaper in the long run. So the job needs to be done right to begin with, and not just throw trash at you. And that's what we shouldn't see in Montbello. We didn't have that before, and we're beginning to get that now. So we don't need that. Our past councilman was Bill Roberts. Even Happy Haynes was better. And Bill Roberts was just great. He always let us know what was coming, and we was there to back him up when he was in need. So things is not going like it should, and I don't respect that, and I don't intend to let nobody change it if there's anything I got to do about it. So I stand with the group that says we don't need group living, and that's done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burdine. Up next, we have Kate Adams.
Good evening. My name is Kate Adams, and I live in Denver District 6. This is my third rezoning process and council meeting. I really understand the difficulty of the process and the potential impacts. In May, I began looking at the group living amendment. The first thing I found were the words nonprofit had been taken out of the household definition, essentially leaving households for profit. I believe people have value and households are people, but people are not for profit. Nonprofit is back in now, and I appreciate the effort of Luty to remove some of this amendment's egregiousness. In other researching, I found the YIMBY support for group living, a California organization committed to density and alternative transportation. Changes in Denver started to sound familiar. Active in a number of Western and Midwestern cities, an article about Minneapolis laid out their process over a period of years, begin to activate the community, influence a new 20-year plan, vote or increase favorable members to city leadership positions, diminish the voice of RNOs, including getting the city to cut ties, and over several years, as was mentioned earlier, they eliminated single-family housing in the zoning code. Some YIMBY cities even have the same name for their initiatives, including Denver's upcoming residential infill, to take precedence, it seems, over the auditor's recommendation to bring the city under one zoning code. The group living amendment is not for Denver by Denver. Tonight, I'm asking you to vote no. I am well aware that asking for a no vote includes no on two of the changes that could be the entire scope of the vote. Increase the number of unrelated adults in a household, seemingly supported by both sides. Expand the area of the city for large community correction facilities. In my opinion, the city has chosen to take two Denver needs and included wants of outsiders or those who will profit from the amendment. While applauding the changes made by Ludi, I'm asking you to vote no on the inequity of two zoning codes, an essentially unfunded mandate with no increase in city services, displacement of affordable homeowners like those in Virginia Village, the precedent of the city acting as proxy for outsiders over residents, but most of all, silencing the vote of neighborhoods. This is Denver. Please vote no for the entire amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Our next speaker is Megan Yonke.
Thank you, council members. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Megan.
My name is Megan Yonke. My family and I own a home in District 1. Maintaining an inclusive city requires that we provide diverse housing options for everyone. Our current limits, and I'm speaking in support of the amendment, our current limits on group living are amongst the most exclusive in the nation and impose very traditional cultural norms on everyone. When compounded with other exclusionary zoning practices, we are building a truly exclusive city. The group living proposal at hand increases the opportunity for density while maintaining architectural character, a truly win-win. We must resist the urge to impose our living standards of more privileged generations and persons on others. My family and I have considered living in community because first, we can't afford a bigger house on our own, and second, we want to live with other family to support us as parents. We don't have a lot of family nearby, and it is super hard to raise a family alone. Why shouldn't we have this option when it would improve our lives and would allow us the option to continue to afford to live in Denver? Without these group living options, we will likely be forced to leave Denver for the suburbs where we can find cheaper housing. Further, the proposed changes allow the city to better serve those most vulnerable in our city to prevent homelessness. I currently live near several deed-restricted properties serving individuals that were formerly experienced homelessness, including the formerly incarcerated, and have seen only positive impact to my neighborhood and property values. When given the opportunity to build a more inclusive city, why wouldn't we rally to support that opportunity? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Megan. Next up, we have David Johnson. David, you're going to have to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me now?
There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to take a little bit different tack on this. My wife Stephanie and I moved to Denver in 1983, and we've lived here for nearly 40 years. In that 40 years, we have always lived in the Capitol Hill area. And when we first moved to the city in 1983, this city was going through a transition from multiple family residences to single family residences. We actually participated in changing the zoning in a piece of the city that we lived in from R3 to R1. And part of the reason that we participated in that is we felt that there were lots of different houses, there were lots of different conditions in those homes. We saw a variety of dilapidated homes that weren't being taken care of because of the multiple family situations that involved those particular homes. Once we got the zoning changed, we saw a radical change and a radical difference in property conditions, how homes were being maintained. We saw more stability. We saw less transition in the neighborhoods. It was a heyday of neighborhood schools. We really saw a tremendous improvement in this city back in the 70s and 80s when we first moved here as a result of reducing multiple family situations to single family situations. I think what's happening here is we're not looking at history and we're ignoring that history, because what we're doing is looking backwards and kind of reverting to those times when we saw that kind of situation and those kinds of home conditions affecting our lives in Colorado. So we certainly, our lives in Denver, but we certainly do not support the amendment for those very reasons. We think that there's a lot greater security that we saw, more stability, more family involvement, families moving in with children. It was a wonderful time in our city, and I don't want to see our city to go back to that where we have to go through the same problems that we did back in the 70s and 80s. And I strongly urge that the group living amendment be voted down in the city council for those very reasons. And I really hope you think about that carefully. Thanks.
Thank you. Up next, we have Carson Bryant.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Carson Bryant. I'm a resident of District 10, and I'll be speaking in favor of this proposal. So the way we treat each other is really reflected in the fabric of our physical environment. So like how we exclude, displace, devalue, and marginalize our fellow citizens is especially evident in where we do and do not live. Most residential neighborhoods in Denver reveal both a history and present practice of exclusion on grounds ranging from race to class to lifestyle to the care that someone needs. The lingering imperative to exclude, stigmatize, and devalue has been on full display throughout this process, relying on fear-mongering notions of the other invading sacrosanct single-family neighborhoods. Rather, we need to emphasize the ways in which this proposal helps meet the needs of our neighbors, from those seeking stable housing to those looking to re-enter our communities. It is the responsibility of our city government to adopt policies that prioritize those needs. I'm confident that my fellow Denverites seek to live in a city that reflects principles of equity and compassion. Tonight, I encourage you, councilors, to demonstrate that commitment. Please support this group living proposal. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Carson. Up next, we have Samuel Hargraves.
You. Is that correct?
Go ahead, sir.
Am I on?
Yes.
Great. So apparently I'm a racist. I'm a bigot. I'm an elitist. I'm homophobic. Apparently I have some basic character flaw, because there's no way I could possibly oppose this on any kind of substantive merit. The raising of racial shaming, of all these kinds of shaming techniques is counterproductive. It's possible to substantively disagree with this proposal. Number one, to try to regulate residential zoning the same way you regulate halfway felony zoning is ridiculous. It defies logic. They are two completely different kinds of zoning and use. I don't know anybody who really cares if there are a couple of extra roommates in a house. People care if there's going to be felons living next to them or felons living in their neighborhood. It's reasonable to expect when you move into a neighborhood that the zoning means something. It provides some stability, some belief in how it will be. What you're proposing destabilizes the city. It doesn't provide stability. And the idea of that somehow it's to make up for past racial injustices is insulting. It's patronizing. The opposition to this is not political. The opposition to this is opposition by citizens of all colors, all ages, all political bents, it's awful. I am also the lack of transparency in this process makes it exceptionally suspicious. Yeah, it's hard to trust anything, any of the statements that have come out of this city council regarding this proposal, because it has been such a closed, opaque process. I urge you to vote this down and start new and handle residential and felony separately. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we have Joseph Halpern.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Halpern.
Thanks. My name is Joe Halpern. I live in District 10. I own my home, but like many people in Denver, I started out as a renter and saved up over quite a number of years. I oppose the group living amendment, which I may call GLA, in its present form and urge you to vote no. I'm a 42-year resident of Capitol Hill, which has the most diverse housing stock and people in the city. Given Capitol Hill's density and mix of housing, buying a home in Capitol Hill involves not only choosing a neighborhood, but also choosing a block based on weighing many factors, including density, traffic, noise, and safety. The group living amendment would allow residential care facilities of many types in any single-family house and would have a serious adverse impact on homeowners who chose a neighborhood and a block seeking relative peace, quiet, and safety. And yes, quality of life matters even in Capitol Hill. The group living amendment removes existing licensing, permitting, and other protections in the current zoning code. It also treats all residential care facilities alike, even though their impacts can and do differ significantly. And enforcement provisions in the new act, the new amendments, are completely inadequate. In addition, I remind the council of the law of unintended consequences, which we've seen over the years on many zoning issues. And unfortunately, it's very difficult to unring the bell. It takes time. And normally, because the city attorney tells you so, you need to grandfather in anyone who was granted imprudent permission to do something detrimental. Think about the slot zoning issue, the slot house zoning issue. This amendment should be broken into smaller parts and reconsidered in a truly open and robust citizen process, not a process dominated by the very commercial interests that stand to benefit financially from the group living amendment. For the record, I do not oppose the concept of increasing the number of unrelated adults sharing a single family house. But as written, the amendment would allow commercial landlords to easily evade the household definition. All that a landlord needs to do is prepare bylaws for a house and have all the owners sign something saying that they all choose to live together. I urge you to vote against this proposition. It is the worst proposed zoning amendment I have seen in my 42 years in Denver, including 29 years as the Alamo Placida Neighbors zoning chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lincoln Miller.
Oh, thank you. Hi, my name is Lincoln Miller, and I just want to thank all the members of the City Council for serving your community during this very difficult time. I want to speak in favor of the proposed zoning changes, although I don't think that they go far enough. The planning board asked you, and I attended that meeting virtually, to go to 8 unrelated adults, and here you only go to 5. And I would like you to consider allowing houses to scale up the number of residents based on square footage. And let me tell you where that comes from. So I've been doing affordable, cooperative and group living development, or living in cooperatives, for the last 25 years. We've learned some things over that time. So one of the things that we learned is that the economy of scale really works when you have about 10 people, give or take. And so that's why when we worked on the ordinance in Boulder, we had 12 people in a single family home, as long as you have at least 200 square feet per person. So it's within the health and safety guidelines. The house is big enough, you can have more folks. Guess what? We did that since 2017 and the sky did not fall. We're still okay. The city's still intact. Family values are still intact. And why is this the case? This is the case because community living and co-ops provide affordable housing because folks are allowed to share. They provide sustainability because, again, the sharing leads to less energy use. In fact, 1/3 in our engineering study of the energy is used in shared houses compared to other Colorado households. It creates community and it helps to build resident skills. So it's a real problem when your zoning code punishes low-income people who can't afford housing, especially during a pandemic. That's what an occupancy limit does. It criminalizes poverty. It criminalizes low-income folks. This is why the occupancy limits have been struck down in multiple states, because they're inherently unfair. So homeownership is completely out of the question for many people. But what this ordinance could help to do is allow for sharing, which can lead to affordable rentals. And also, this sharing can allow people to buy a house together and create equity co-ops that are affordable for ownership. So I urge you to approve the ordinance and zoning changes
Thank
before
you.
you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna DeWitt.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Anna DeWitt, a teacher, union member, and resident of D10. I've lived in Denver for 8 years, and when I first moved here, I was filled with excitement. What a cool city! But rent was really high for me, a teacher, to afford. So to make ends meet, I shared a 1-bedroom with 2 other adults for 3 years. And I know it sounds crazy, but you do what you do if in order to survive. But wouldn't it be nice if people could thrive instead of just survive? I hope that when people think about how the group living amendment will change Denver, they think about the lower middle class workers who deserve to live in the city in which they work. But the question is, who should get to live together? In the year 2021, both legally and morally, is anyone who wants to be. Yet unfortunately, our living codes are outdated and don't reflect current views and beliefs. Now, listening to a lot of comments, I've heard the term frat house a lot. Would you be against group living if you knew your child's teacher would directly benefit from it? Would you be against group living if you knew your child's friend could live in a secure environment that his family could afford? Are you aware of the many Denver residents, Denver children, and DPS families who are living in housing insecurity? Hundreds of people and hundreds of children. The group living proposal is not an experiment. Denver is quite literally late to the game. Many other states have already passed a measure similar to this. So where's all the commotion coming from? People are scared. We just heard someone say that they're scared an inmate's going to live next to them. But if this amendment passes, halfway homes must still go through state and federal law in order to exist. Denver can pass any progressive housing bill it wants, yet it would do little to allow more halfway homes due to strict state and federal regulations. And again, for those here in opposition, I hope you recall the 2019 election with the 300 initiative. You know, the one many of you voted no on with the presumption of we can do better. When is better going to come along? It seems that any time we have the option to support people who are housing insecure or an option to support the working class, we always say no. This amendment has everything to do with who can live next to you and not how many people can live next to you. Let's be clear with that. In a world where blended families, co-parenting, gay marriage, and single parenthood is the norm, I think we should take a strong look at our individual actions and ask ourselves, are we on the right side of history? Or do we support outdated living systems from the 1950s? Let's be the progressive city we pretend to be. Please vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Florine Nath. And you're going to have to unmute yourself as well.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have been a resident of Denver for 43 years in Park Hill, and I have been the owner of that time in three homes, been in the current one for 22 years. And I have to say, I agree with the one of the gentlemen before that resented the implication that I was could be racist or homophobic because I oppose this amendment. That is not at all the case. In fact, we purchased a house in Park Hill specifically because it was a racially diverse neighborhood. Now, since that time, it has gotten less so due to the increased housing prices in Denver, which is exactly my concern with this amendment. First, let me tell you, I am totally in favor of expanded opportunities for safe houses, increased correctional facilities in residential areas, and sober living homes, care facilities. My problem is with this amendment is that I think that it is leading people to believe that it is a solution to a housing problem that it is not a solution to. There is nothing. What I see is an economic issue, and there is nothing to say that a developer or an investor, real estate investor, will not just take a home that can now house 5 people, be it 1,000 square feet or 2,000 square feet, and charge rents that are exorbitant, just like now for a 1-bedroom, $1,200, $1,400 a month. We're implying that this is going to help this, and it's not. What I urge you to do is bifurcate this issue, take the care facilities, the other housing issues, group living issues, separate them and try to really address the affordability. I have 2 adult children who grew up in Denver, neither of which, both with good paying jobs, neither of which who can afford a house in Denver right now. So I support the concept of increasing the number of people who can live together, but I do not believe that this is the answer. And I think accepting this answer will not be a solution and is detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samantha Hinshaw.
Hi, my name is Samantha Hinshaw, and I'm a Denver native and current resident of District 10. I'll be speaking in favor of the proposal, though I don't think it goes far enough, and I would like to see allowances made for more residents living in larger homes. I've lived in a limited equity cooperative house in Denver for 4 years, and my life has been transformed by this experience in a multitude of ways. First, there are the financial benefits, so I hope the previous speaker is still on the call. Because of the affordable rent that I pay and our shared expenses, I have been able to break the paycheck to paycheck cycle and build my savings for the future. When I had an unexpected medical bill a couple of years ago, my housemates were able to help me cover the rent, and I've had the chance to do the same for my other housemates, especially during the pandemic, during times of job loss and more unexpected medical bills. I can finally see a path to home ownership in my own future, which I never thought would be possible for a millennial public school teacher saddled with tens of thousands of dollars in student debt. Even more important than the economic benefits, I have learned so much about myself and others while living in community. I have gained skills around shared decision-making, conflict resolution, listening, and sharing. I've become more civically engaged, clearly, socially and environmentally conscious, and I even eat vegetables now. I have learned how to fix a garbage disposal, how to speak up for what I need, and have shared some of the most growth-filled years of my life with strangers who have become my family. I want this opportunity to be available to all Denverites, whether they live in Capitol Hill, Montbello, Five Points, or Cherry Creek, whether they are exiting homelessness, incarceration, college, or any other phase of their life, whether they are related to the people in their home by marriage, by blood, or by common purpose. Please vote yes on this proposal and make Denver more accessible, more affordable, and more inclusive for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Our next speaker is Tawe Ang, and we have a translator as well. And so we'll let you go ahead. And you'll have to go ahead and unmute yourselves, please.
Hello everyone. My name is Tui Tui Ang.
East Coast Denver Manira Senishibabi.
I have been living in the East Coast for 10 years.
Coast Lamboma, Adeza Lunga, Sato Sailed Kupun.
I am a Denver resident and also a small business owner.
The East Coast community quality both upper win a
I'm also a board member of the East Coast Community Collective.
Jamala Midazune Adudu, Mimananga Mani Biro Doka de Pina USA Yalaraba.
I came to the United States as a refugee.
Jama Damba Mugo Yama the Bojabare.
I love to live in Denver.
Dinia ha, wing we never do it, Doka de ship down Nibo Gown and Niado, Mayubare.
I believe Denver is a good place for people who have financial difficulty to live in.
Dabime Dambama Aku Inze, Inakari Yamida Labare.
However, right now the rent is becoming so expensive to live in.
Eri dua Jamaro ye community a time one Jamaro ye swim yo to chole tange chini gobono. The Chania de go ship young Yabare.
I have seen my neighbors get kicked out of their houses and they have moved to other states.
The child state de ma, ze in ze or red group young yare, Jamala Mapiambulo, Sonpiatare, the Kutu young la melule tiloba.
Other people that I know have moved to other states. However, I still want to stay in Denver because I'm hoping for a change.
Young daughter, Jamatin Chini leve, Nirai, the Damba over through Kalediga Sabe, the Ria Nijabare, the Web Yama, Yanabiro Nichin Jabare.
All my other friends that have moved to other states, including their children, want to come back and stay in Denver. And they miss living in Denver.
Di Damba ma, Nate Hainanyabo, Nila, the Kuaro, Shimedo Timare.
I believe that there is a way that everyone can live in Denver.
Madunira Midazurea, the Chanema baby, the Ainema baby, to do Nate Jade, a jumpy body.
One way I believe that many families in my community can afford to live in Denver is by living together with different people.
Jama, you know what? I don't know, Midazu Nasu, a Drunelo Yamelo, Matabare.
I also believe that many different people can live together in the same place.
You know, in the Chila, Jamatan, a China, Jamane, ain't a Mababi Chanda Chamababi, a to do Naya Baumi, where Bojamaru, a Jansi Lojavare.
Because I know that it's expensive to buy a house, myself and my friends want to buy a house together.
ဘာဖြစ်လို့လဲဆိုတော့ကျမတို့ကဝင်ငွေနေတဲ့အတွက်ဒန်ဘာ area ကအရန်ဈေးကြီးလာတဲ့အတွက်ကျမတို့မိသားစုအိမ်ခန်းနဲ့မဝယ်နိုင်ပါဘူးဒါကြောင့်နှစ်ယောက်ပေါင်းပြီးဝယ်ဖို့ကျမတို့ကဆုံးဖြတ်ကြတာပါ
The reason my friend and I are buying a home together is because we're low income and we cannot afford to buy a house by ourselves.
ဒါပေမဲ့ကျမတို့သိလိုက်ရတဲ့အချိန်ကတော့ဒီလိုမျိုးမိသားစုနှစ်စုမတူညီတဲ့မိသားစုနှစ်စုဟာခြံတစ်ခြံမှာအိမ်တစ်အိမ်မှာအတူတူနေလို့မရဘူးဆိုတဲ့ဟာကိုကျမတို့ဝမ်းနည်းစွာနဲ့သိလိုက်ရပါတယ်ဒါကြောင့်ကျမတို့အိမ်မပိုင်လိုက်ပါဘူးမဝယ်နိုင်ပါဘူး
I cannot believe that when I learned that different people from different families cannot live together, because of that, my friend and we couldn't buy a house together.
ရွှေ့ပြောင်းအခြေချတဲ့လူတွေဒုက္ခသည်နဲ့လာတဲ့လူတွေဝင်ငွေနေတဲ့လူတွေဘယ်သူမဆိုပေါ့နော်အတူတူဒန်ဘာမှာနေထိုင်ဖို့အတွက်ဒီလိုအတူတကွတအိမ်ထဲမှာပဲဖြစ်တစ်ခြံထဲမှာပဲဖြစ်အတူတူနေထိုင်နိုင်ဖို့ကိုကျမတို့ကမျှော်လင့်ပါတယ်
She and other people hope that people who are low income, people who are refugee families will be able to live together in the same place in the near future. And in other second
အဲ့တော့ဘာပြောရမလဲကျမဒန်ဘာကိုအရင်မဲ့ကြိုက်ပါတယ်တခြားကိုလည်းမပြောင်းရွှေ့ချင်ပါဘူး
I love living in Denver and I do not want to move to a different state.
ဒါကြောင့်မို့လို့ကျမနောက်ဆုံးအနေနဲ့ပြောချင်တာတော့အိမ်မဟုတ်ခြံတစ်ခြံကိုမတူညီတဲ့မိသားစုတွေစုပေါင်းပြီးဝယ်လို့ရမယ်ဆိုရင်တော့ဝင်ငွေနေတဲ့မိသားစုတွေရဲ့ဘဝဟာပိုပြီးကောင်းလာမယ်လို့ယုံကြည်ပါတယ်
As a last thought, I would like to say that I hope all the families who are from different families can live together and buy a house together.
ကျမတို့ဥပဒေကိုနားမလည်ပါဘူးပြုပြင်ပေးလို့ရရင်တော့ကျမတို့တော့ပိုပြီးကောင်းမယ်လို့မျှော်လင့်ပါတယ်ပြုပြင်ပေးစီချင်ပါတယ်
We do not understand a lot of the state laws and regulations, but I hope that it can be changed in the near future.
ကျေးဇူးပါ
Thank you very much. Thank you. Up next, we have David Hagan. All right, up next, we've got...
Sorry about that.
Oh, there we go. All right.
Yes, David Hagan here. I would like to say I'm in favor of voting on this with a yes. I don't think it goes far enough. I would like to say that I think that the reason when we are frustrated that somebody calls us racist, it's usually because we are racist. I'll just say that and get it out of the way. And then I also want to say that the reason we need to be doing this is because people are struggling. Using COVID as an excuse to not do it doesn't really make sense. We need to go ahead and help people not be on the streets, help people not get COVID. When we are together, we maybe could potentially get COVID, but it's less likely to be spread into the entire community if somebody's not on the street. You're less likely to die if you're not on the street. And I also wanted to thank all the folks that voted no. I want to vote no on this, that kept their cameras off. I would just request that they turn their cameras back on, just like we asked the KKK members to take their hoods off. We'd like to see who you are. I hope you all have a great night. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker up is Alicia Blackman.
Hi there. First, I wanted to say thank you for the process you went through. I was able to come to a meeting a couple of months back, and before COVID, it was really deep and thoughtful, and I really appreciate all the information you gave to folks. I'm a teacher in DPS. I've been a teacher for 13 years. This zoning change is really close to my heart for a variety of reasons. And I'll only really speak in depth about one of them. I'm not going to talk much about how, as a school teacher, I couldn't afford a home in the Park Hill neighborhood because that's already been discussed, and how I pay my mortgage every month for the last 8 years because I have roommates. And also that it's my choice to have roommates because I love raising my 2-year-old with my partner in a home with other adults who have helped me be more resilient and helped me with childcare during COVID so that I could continue to be employed part-time even during a pandemic. And we do lots of things to keep each other safe. We're really good at communicating. We take care of our house and it's not junky looking. But we don't need to talk about that because a lot of other folks have talked about those things today. Thank you for those who have addressed the misinformation about property values going down and the imagined safety of our children being at risk. Yes, I'm also a teacher and a mother. I just don't believe that having people in need in your neighborhood are a risk to children. I think that that is a bigoted reason to oppose the zoning change. What I want to speak about more is probably less popular and related to more stigma, which is that two of the people I love most in my life lived in residential care homes. This issue is deeply personal to me because I kept waiting for my younger sister for the day when she wasn't going to live anymore. But because she was able to live in a residential care facility now, she's been sober for 5 years. She's found a husband who also has been sober for 5 years, and they have their first child. They both have graduated college and they're gainfully employed. My sister met her husband, Orlando, who served our country in the Marines and became addicted to drugs when serving our country, which is not uncommon, in part to help him manage his untreated PTSD. Together, they've gone on the most challenging journey that I could imagine, and they're incredibly resilient. Here's a picture of my sister. I don't know if you can see her at her wedding and at my wedding. They are not people who need to be feared. And when you tell me and people like my sister and people who want to live in a different way that they don't belong, what you're doing is you're continuing the history of telling people you don't belong in this community because you look different. And that scares me.
Thank you, Alicia. Up next, we have Lanny Rush.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lanny Rush. I'm a District 9 resident. I thank you all for your time and your commitment to hearing everyone speak and reading all of those comments. I know that folks have commented about the transparency and the process, and I would say that it has felt quite transparent. It has felt that there was a outpouring of community engagement, at least in the past year. I know it's been going on for longer than that, but that's when I was made aware. I don't think I'll win for originality, and a lot of what I have to say is similar, so I'm going to opt for brevity. I really ask you all to vote yes on these text amendments, because if all these amendments did were, as per Mr. Webb's slides, rectify discriminatory codes, that's worth your yes vote. Unless we want to say yes to the racism and status quo of the past, which to that point, all of the people who have come on here to say, does supporting these make me racist? If you're not a hit dog, don't holler. So please think about the legacy of changing these codes to something new. And will they be Denver's codes for as long as the last one was? Probably not, because we all agree that that's been outdated. However, I think this is the best that we've got to. There have been a ton of compromises, so I really, really hope you'll vote yes. I think the worst thing that could happen is that this goes back to committee and we have to sit through another year of making no progress. I really hope that this goes to a vote and that regardless of the outcome, we can move forward and continue to build a better city that works for everyone. Thank you all very much for your time. Have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you, Lainey. Up next, we have Jason Fellows.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for taking my comments. I urge the City Council to vote no. The narrative that those of us who are in opposition are classist, racist, homophobic, that's not true. My belief is that the group living amendment, which would convert single-family homes from a 2 or a 3 income model to a 5 income model, will have the opposite effect. It will destroy the affordability of single-family homes for those who are seeking to start out in Denver. And for that reason, I ask you to vote no. I think the GLA will have a profound impact on our city. It was not debated during our last election. And as the last 2.5 hours have shown, this is a contentious issue. I don't believe that City Council has the mandate to make a change of this magnitude to our zoning code. And I think if you want to move forward, you should, as Lawrence Murray said, take it to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leslie Torogowski.
Hi, Council President, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Leslie.
Okay, thank you. I'll keep it brief because I know it's a long night. First and foremost, I want to ask you all, Council, to please support this group living amendment. I'm very excited about the work that has been done. I don't think it's a perfect piece of policy. And so my second ask is that you all keep your hearts and minds open to revisiting this policy in a couple years. When this went through Planning Board, Susan Stanton, God rest her soul, suggested that we revisit this policy in 2 years. And I want to reiterate that. Finally, my third ask is that, as you note, it's now almost 10 p.m. on a Monday night. I know Councilman Herndon has brought forth the concept of looking at timing for public comment in front of City Council. And I think this night is a great night as an example of how this becomes problematic, that people are asked to stay until 10 p.m. on a work night to give comment. So I will wrap up just by asking once again that you support group living, that you revisit this policy change in a couple of years, and that you revisit the policy change surrounding public comment at City Council. And with that, that's all. Thank you, Council President Gilmore.
Thank you, Leslie. All right, our next speaker is Sandra Petrie, sorry. And I believe we're getting her connected.
Yes, good evening. This is Sandra Petty, and I've been a Denver resident for almost 30 years. I live in Mayfair, basic cross streets, Monaco and Colfax. We have a very good, diverse neighborhood. Black, white, rich, poor, young, old. It's enjoyable. And this program is utopian in nature, and it's destructive. And it will destroy the quality of life in Denver. I can't tell you how many times I have lost a day's work because I could not get out of my driveway. There was a house that was just sold a few months ago on, it was just sold a few months ago. It's about 1,100 square feet and a basement. It was bought by investors. These investors rented it out to 4 unrelated adults, each of who have a car. I think it's kind of public knowledge that the majority of individuals who are supporting this amendment have, shall I say, selfish interests. And as a taxpayer and as a property owner, I feel as though I am being discriminated by this amendment. One of the things that really concerns me is nobody has ever brought up infrastructure. We have roads that are a series of pavement patches. The crime rate in Mayfair has increased dramatically. We've had that murder on 11th and Monaco. There are 2 reports just yesterday, one at 13th and Locust and one at 12th and a little bit to the left, of people just coming into the house during the day when people have been in that house to rob it. You know, it breaks my heart. This breaks my heart. It legitimately breaks my heart. I wish the council and our mayor would take into consideration who pays their salaries and who voted them into office. And you figure the majority of the calls today have been in opposition of this. And again, we're not opposed to growth. If you don't grow, you're going to die. You have to grow. but uncontrolled,
Thank you. The
unregulated.
time we have allocated for each speaker. We're going to go ahead and move to the next. We have Paul Dungan. All right, Paul, we need to have you go ahead and unmute.
All right, can you hear me all right?
Go ahead, please.
Great. I am going to keep it brief as well. I just wanted to share that I'm a resident of District 3 in the West Colfax neighborhood. And I'm a member of the We Can RNO Land Use Committee, although I'm only speaking on behalf of myself tonight. I just wanted to encourage City Council to support this initiative. And I don't want to provide my exact address because the current regulations make my living situation illegal. And that's because I have 2 roommates. And that's probably a pretty strange thing to seem illegal, but as Mr. Webb pointed out, it is illegal. So unfortunately, I know people that have been evicted in Denver after receiving a complaint from a neighbor just for having 3 unrelated adults living in a home. So this is not a hypothetical. The current regulations have resulted in friends, people I know, becoming temporarily homeless. And during a pandemic, that's the last thing we want. But I think even outside of a pandemic, if we're wanting to address homelessness, affordable housing, and equity, the current regulations make it really prohibitive to ever imagine owning a home. So I just wanted to encourage everyone to vote yes, and to note that although it's not a silver bullet for affordable housing, we do need to stand up for people that are formerly incarcerated, dealing with substance abuse, and legalize the way that many of us in Denver already live. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul. Up next, we have Sarah Wells.
Thank you. In 2015, my husband and I bought a 1902 Denver Square in Capitol Hill, a sprawling 7-bedroom house with over 4,000 square feet of living space. Over time, we filled those spacious bedrooms with people who were looking for accessible housing and a sense of community. We currently share ownership in our home, with living expenses for each person affordable to those making 50% area median income. Over the last 5 years, residents of our co-op have been entrepreneurs, counselors, teachers, lawyers, civil servants, social workers, and artists, people who make the city a better place to live. The number of people in our house is illegal in the current zoning code, but does not violate building and fire code because it is not unsafe. We live together responsibly. We cook meals together, share chores, manage maintenance, mow our lawn, park our cars off street, have avoided any COVID infections, and support each other through our successes and failures. We operate very much like a family. In fact, it is the only family my 16-month-old son has ever known. We know many community houses like our own throughout the city, both owner and renter occupied, who do not feel safe making themselves known because of the current outdated code and fear of displacement. We made the choice to make our home more visible in this fight for a more equitable zoning code because over the last 5 years, we have received hundreds of inquiries of people wanting to live here. The citizens of Denver are desperate for an affordable, nurturing place to live. Over the last 3 years, I had the responsibility of serving on the Group Living Advisory Council and contributing to the recommendations you're voting on tonight. The very first thing we agreed on in those meetings was that we should not limit who can live in a house based on blood relationship, that zoning should not be defining our chosen families. To see blood relationship persist in tonight's vote is demoralizing. To see the proposal watered down from 8 adults to 5 unrelated adults will not go far enough to legalize many cooperatives in the city. I support tonight's proposed changes because they are better than the current rules which have been used to perpetuate a system that disproportionately favors the wealthy and leads to segregated neighborhoods. This is a disappointing conclusion to what could have been a truly inclusive and progressive move, but if it's the best we can do, let's embrace it as a step forward. Cooperative housing has had a profoundly positive impact on my life and so many others. I urge you to vote in favor of the proposed changes as it represents a vote in favor of a more equitable, connected, and compassionate city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Our next speaker is Jesus Gonzalez.
Hello.
Go ahead,
Mhm.
Jesus.
All right. Hello, everyone, or good evening. Hope everyone's still awake. My name is Jesus Gonzalez, and I grew up in and currently work in East Colfax. I live in Central Park, University Hills, and now I own my own little home in Capitol Hill. In each of these locations, I, like many others, have at one point or another lived with multiple unrelated roommates, adult roommates. Starting from a young age, several people that my parents knew from their towns in Mexico that made their way to Denver and found their first American home within our home made up a big part of my childhood. Having them there was incredibly enriching for me, and they helped my parents with costs around the house, including adding a driveway for off-street parking, which has been very convenient throughout the years. And growing up, though, I remember my parents always kind of living with this concern that, and the way, in Spanish, que nos iban a echar la ciudad, that someone would call the city on us, not the cops, the city. And it was as if they were doing something wrong. But according to this outdated code, they were. And when I talked to them about this text amendment, they've told me that as a young immigrant family, they felt targeted and harassed by their neighbors early on who would call the city on them. But over time, they introduced themselves, neighbors got to know us, and they learned that the people that chose to live with us respected the neighborhood as much as anyone. And when I hear from opposition that these changes, when I hear from the opposition to these changes, I feel like they're calling the city on my family. Now, I went to a pretty privileged, majority white, middle and high school. So when I talk to my friends about roommate situations, it's never once occurred to them that they might be doing something illegal, or that someone might call the city on them for living with too many people. And trust me, when we lived together, we caused a whole lot more ruckus than my parents ever did. But it was my parents that were harassed. And that impression from that kind of intimidation from their neighbors has never really gone away for them. It shaped their impression of Denver. And I see these changes as taking away some of the tools to discriminate and harass people like us. Even though watering down the original proposal is a step backwards, we have to start somewhere. As we consider the importance of stripping discriminatory policies from our code, it's equally important to support the expansion of residential care facilities to be expanded throughout the city so that people, especially marginalized communities of colors, get the support they need in places that make sense. The original code is grounded in discrimination, and I urge you to see these changes through. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. Our next speaker is Megan Sawyer.
Hi, my name is Megan Sawyer. I live in District 3 in West Colfax. I'm speaking in favor of the group living amendment. And I'm doing so at personal risk because under current zoning regulations, my housing situation is illegal. When I got married, my husband moved into my half duplex and we went over the limit of 4 people. Our house is 3,000 square feet, 5 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, 2 baths, and 2 laundry rooms, and it is still illegal, even though these houses were built to house multiple families and have done so for over 100 years. People argue that increasing the amount of roommates increases trash and parking issues, but what's happening in my neighborhood is these traditional unofficial quadplexes are getting raised, and 8 luxury townhome units are going in on each lot. That allows 16 residents and 24 cars. And somehow that is legal, but our housing situation is not. And I'll be honest, the main benefit for me and my husband is we get an affordable housing situation with a yard close to downtown with public transportation. We'd be fine if you enforce the regulations, but the reality is we would have to evict one of our roommates and raise the rent 30% on our other 2 roommates. And that means that 5th bedroom would remain unrented and unavailable for people like our previous roommates, the social worker, the person going through a divorce, 4 students, and the minimum wage cook. And, my situation, my demographic, maybe you don't care about it, but all down my street, there's people that look very different from me in very different financial situations, but almost all of them are living in communal housing situations. And just this idea that allowing more roommates is going to cause people to live in overcrowded housing situations is just ridiculous. All it's doing is making legal what's already happening. And I will tell you from firsthand experience, there are unscrupulous landlords who will utilize these types of zoning regulations to threaten their tenants from seeking legal action against them for illegal practices. And again, maybe you don't care about my experiences as a rich white college student, but there are other members in this community who are affected by those kinds of practices. The current policy of 2 unrelated adults in single family housing units is discriminatory. It prevents families that define themselves as anything other than blood or marriage. You know, if you want to move in with your girlfriend and her sister, that's illegal. If you need to move in a caretaker to take care of your aging parents, that's illegal. You know, these housing laws shouldn't exist just to protect the housing values for married families that got lucky and bought a house before the housing market exploded. It should be protect the housing stability for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. I just wanted to do a quick time check. We've got about 50 more speakers, and just want to remind folks, if you're repeating points that folks have already made, we would love to hear them, but ask that you maybe share new information, and just wanted to take a time pause there. And so up next, we have Michael Henry. Go ahead, Mr. Henry, you're unmuted.
Good evening, council members. I'm not sure if you can see me.
No, your video isn't on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Michael Henry. I live in District 10 at the corner of 13th Avenue and William Street. And I've served on the Group Living Advisory Committee for the last 3 years. The reason I was appointed to the committee was that I had worked for at least a year in the mid-1990s as a member of a committee to develop a proposal regarding spacing and regulation of shelters and group homes and correctional facilities. At that time, I was the past president of Interneighborhood Cooperation and the chair of the INC Planning and Zoning Committee. Unfortunately, in the past 25 years, as we all know, the ordinances have become very, very outdated and just not meeting today's needs and the way people live. The administration and city council appointed the Group Living Committee 3 years ago, and I take great umbrage at the accusations, which are untrue, that most of the members of the Group Living Advisory Committee were all looking to make a profit. In the first place, the providers that were on the committee work for nonprofit organizations, but there were many of us who simply lived in neighborhoods around the city. For the past 45 years, I have participated in or observed many advisory committees working on public policy for the city. I've come to observe what I believe many of us call the Denver way for such policy making, and that is to put together a balanced group of citizens, citizen volunteers, by the way, who carefully study very complicated issues. Another element of the Denver Way is transparency and open meetings, and there's been plenty of that. Unfortunately, some features of this particular process have been not part of the Denver Way by including much misrepresentation, anger, fear, and even threatening to recall city council members. I urge you all to vote in favor.
Thank you. That's the time we have available. Our next speaker is JJ Gorsuch. And we're going to get JJ connected. JJ's on the phone, so give us a moment, please. All right, JJ.
Good evening, Council. My name is JJ Gorsuch, and I reside in the Park Hill neighborhood, though I've been a resident of a variety of the neighborhoods in our fair clean city of the Plains for nearly my entire life. The intentions behind this change are certainly noble, but like any idea that hasn't heeded or listened to its opposition, it is incompletely formed, and it seems as if it will have many unintended consequences, some of which will actually exacerbate the inequities in our communities. The change seems to be benefiting developers looking to capitalize on pushes for density under the guise of equity. Results are very likely for overcrowding, lack of parking, strains on infrastructure, and that really can't be underscored. Yeah, I would love to have a fully pedestrian city, but our infrastructure is at risk here too. And it's in areas where we're already falling short of the city's own green space planning. Why can't we focus on more tangible and very specific solutions? Read less broad sweeping for housing costs, for roommate situations, for co-op situations, perhaps using the maximum square foot per person based solutions, for shelter development, and for rehabilitation spaces, but not forget about the city's commitment to green space. What about resolving for former Chapter 59 to actually remove some of the institutional inequities in our code? Split the problems up and take a step backward in the process to get better, more specific, more elegant, and by the way, more equitable solutions. Please, please vote no on this amendment. Thank you very much, council members, for your time and consideration. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Holm.
Good evening. My name is Greg Holm. I have lived in District 7 for 32 years, and I'm asking you to vote yes on the proposed group living ordinance with the qualification that larger homes be permitted to allow up to 8 unrelated adults to live together, and that all types of group living facilities be permitted in all neighborhoods. The original group living proposal would have permitted social services to be provided in neighborhoods throughout the city in natural and authentic settings, including the provision of rehabilitation services in community corrections settings. All neighborhoods should share in supporting our most vulnerable citizens. Please remember that all prisoners will be released eventually, and that our communities are made safer when we provide prisoners with the services and education needed for them to successfully reenter society. I would also like to ask why an unlimited number of related adults are permitted to live in a house, but unrelated adults are limited. I would like someone to explain the justification for this distinction and why government should define what is and is not a family. Claims have been made that unrelated adults living together would have too many cars, have parties, make noise, commit crimes, etc. Is it not true that related adults also drive cars, have parties, make noise, commit crimes, engage in domestic violence, drink, and do drugs? There is no justification for the disparate treatment of related versus unrelated adults. It is an outrage that wealthy white neighborhoods, i.e. single-family duplex and townhome neighborhoods, were exempted by Ludi from this ordinance. Once again, wealthy white neighborhoods are using their privilege, political power, and exaggerated outrage to exclude those who are different and less privileged. Our current housing crisis has its roots in explicit and deliberate racist housing policies implemented by federal, state, and local governments from the 1930s through the late 1960s. While current policies are no longer explicitly racist, Denver remains strongly segregated, and the cost of housing is out of reach for far too many Denverites, both of which evidence the ongoing inequity and racist impacts caused by our zoning policies. Please undo the Ludi changes and allow up to 8 residents in large homes, as well as ensuring residential care facilities can operate everywhere in Denver. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Our next speaker is Janice McGuire. And Janice, we'll have to have you unmute yourself. All right, we're gonna wait and see if we can get Janice McGuire. You're up next. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to Meredith Turk.
Hello, finally here. Thank you so much for listening. I am really happy that so many of the people that spoke have already spoken for me. So I'm going to do my best to introduce new information here. I was a former resident of a cooperative in Cap Hill, and I'm honored to sit here as a homeowner of a single family home. And I'm here to tell you that single family homes are not the future, even though I sit in one, because what's missing and what we have to create in this new space is the community that is not here. And when I walk outside of my home, I don't interact with my neighbors the way that I interacted with my housemates. I don't see babies every day. I don't have people cook me meals. I don't have the same sort of community that I had in my old home. And what we forget when we create these policies is that we are not creating for a sustainable future. We're not creating for what we want to live like in our elderly age. And I think we have to recognize that the world has changed and that our society has changed and that we need to take down the fences that we keep putting up. We need to tear them down, and we need to be able to look at each other in the face. We need to be able to ask for help. We need to be able to tell each other what we need. And that is not a way to do it by isolating ourselves in single family homes for the rest of our lives. And this policy, if it is not changed, will do that. So what I ask you is, what is at stake if we do not change this? And what is at stake is a future where we can all learn to live together and realize that it's okay to have conflict with your neighbors. That's actually okay. We don't need to regulate everything. We can talk to each other and we can move through life together as a community. And this is one very small step. 5 is very small. It should be at least 8. So I'll keep my comments there, but I will say that I have seen what community can give you, and I understand what it feels like to lose it, and I will spend every part of my life trying to rebuild it in the world around me. So please vote yes for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith. We're going to try to go back to Janice McGuire and see if we can get Janice on. You're going to have to unmute yourself, Janice. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to Lynn Bruning. And Lynn, you're going to have to unmute yourself. And I see that we're bringing you in via phone, so we'll give it a moment here. All right, Lynn, go ahead, please. Okay, Lynn, you're unmuted. All right. I'm not having staff. Oh, there we go. Very good. All right, you're going to have to hit *6 to unmute, please. All right. Looks like we're having some trouble getting Lynn Bruning connected. And so we can work on that. We're going to go ahead and move to Denise Larson. All right. Looks like we've lost a few folks. Next up, we have Daryl Watson. All right. We're going down the line here. Terry Burnside.
Hello, my
Hi.
name is
Oh,
Burnside, and I live in District 6. And again, I apologize for my camera not working. I don't have any trouble with anybody seeing me. I want to add my voice to those who are speaking in favor of the group living amendment. And I especially want to thank Jason Horniak and some of the people who spoke before, especially Jason, who used irony and satire to ventriloquize the language of "get the government off my back" that so many people normally in opposition to measures like this use, and to point out the inconsistencies and the absurdity of their arguments. Bravo, Jason, for some good theater for us. I also want to point that out because some of the people in opposition to this measure do indeed appropriate the language of the other side as well, although they do it without irony and seemingly without a sense of humor when they speak of inclusion and equality to defend their property rights. And I also want to address the issue that so many of the opponents have brought up of taking umbrage at being called racist and classist, sexist and homophobic, etc. Now, I understand that because it's certainly not a pleasant thing to be called those things. And I have no crystal ball to see into another person's heart, but I want to point out to these people that redlining and gentrification, what Maria Gonzalez so eloquently called the gentrification machine, are structural problems. They are not necessarily simply matters of mustache twirling villains sitting in a cabal somewhere, though the history of Colorado real estate certainly does not preclude that. They are structural problems and they go beyond the individual. But as for those taking umbrage, when you look at the history of our community and our society as a whole, you have to look at whether you are supporting the status quo or not. And if you are supporting the status quo, then you have anti-racist work to do. So I'm sorry that you took umbrage, but be part of the solution. And City Council, please support the group living amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Beth Wells.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm nervous. My name is Mary Beth Wells, and I live in Park Hill, on Ivanhoe near Colfax. My husband and I were able to buy a house about 50 years ago for about $38,000. We were in our early 20s, college graduates, no student loans, and it was really easy. That early investment gave us the opportunity to build equity for our futures. My concern is for the kids coming out today. They have crushing student loans and they can't afford rent. They can't afford to build equity. They have no chance. Community living, co-housing, whatever you want to call it, is a great way. It's a great solution to the housing crisis that we face, the affordability crisis that we face. And I urge the committee to vote in favor of the community housing legislation and the zoning changes necessary. I agree that larger houses should be allowed to have more than 5 people. I think it could be done safely. And finally, I want to say that the 5-person policy that has been proposed addresses many concerns fairly and equitably. For every objection, I have found a sound and reasonable solution. There are rules in the code that keep people safe, and we should not discriminate against people based on their blood relationships. In the opposition, what I have heard is a failure to consider the future of this younger generation who can't afford to buy houses. I urge the city, please, to vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emmanuel Cambella. Emmanuel, we'll have to have you unmute yourself, please. All right, we'll try to get,
Hello.
Oh, there you go. Good deal.
Okay.
Emmanuel, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good night, everybody. My name is Emmanuel Camabella. I'm living East Colfax. I'm living at Yosemite Street. Almost is 6 years since I came here. I'm immigrant from Democratic Republic of Congo. I came here since 6 years ago, but I still love to live in this area of Denver, East Colfax, and I try to be a volunteer on East Colfax community. I'm working to help my fellow new people who came, and I'm also in East Colfax neighborhood. I'm in the board of member there. But I see, according to me, I have some experience who are facing the newcomer like me. You'll find some of our community, they are living in a sharing home where everybody can pay like 500 or 600 bucks. So they can get how to live in Denver, but they are the hardworking. I think, according to me, this proposal should pass, so it will help so many people to get opportunity to stay in Denver to make their future. Like me, I'm trying my best also to stay in Denver. This proposal should be voted yes, according to me. That was my idea. That's all I have.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Next up, we have Adam Estroff.
Hi, my name is Adam Estroff. I live at 361 Elati in District 7, but tonight I'm speaking on behalf of YIMBY Denver. YIMBY Denver stands for Yes in My Backyard, and we're a group that was created to fight for affordable and abundant housing for everyone, and that's why we're promoting this group living amendment. We agree with many commenters that the LUDI changes dismantled some of what this was trying to do. Throughout the 20th century, land use was used as a way not to regulate what kind of buildings we built, but to discriminate against other kinds of people. I think it's really important that we remember and explicitly state that redlining and single unit zoning are the same thing. Redlining was accomplished through deciding who could and what kind of housing could be built in different neighborhoods. This group living change will start to dismantle that system in Denver. And thank you to all of you who are choosing to vote yes. This is not going to be a silver bullet. It's not going to end all of our problems, but this will go a long way towards ending our use of the zoning code as a way for homeowners to exercise their prejudice. I'd also like to just point out to folks who are taking umbrage at being called racist that systemic racism is not whether you hate people of color personally. The city council we have today is less racist than the city council of the 1930s. I can say that as a fact, but our zoning is producing the same outcomes as it did when it was explicitly racist. Again, I call on you to pass these group living changes. Thank you for listening to all of the residents who are telling you how important this is. And tomorrow, let's get up and fight again to help solve the housing crisis. Just to speak personally, I'm very privileged. I haven't had housing insecurity personally, but my wife is a DPS teacher, and every year she has at least one kindergartner who's homeless. We should not have homeless kindergartners in our city. Group living is one way where we can turn our single unit housing stock into affordable housing. We don't want to demolish all the buildings in our city, but we do need to increase affordability, and group living policy will help us get there. So again, thank you to those of you who are voting yes. To those of you who are voting no, I'd ask for you to consider what you're going to do for the housing crisis moving forward. But again, thank you for all your time and your service in this long meeting.
All right, thank you, Adam. Next up, we have Taryn Blake. We're getting Taryn connected via telephone here. So Taryn, you might have to hit *6 to unmute.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Hi, my name is Taryn Blake. I'm 34 and I have lived in South Park Hill for 5 years. I am a proud communist, an immigrant rights organizer, and a digital organizer in the rent strike and eviction defense group that came to exist during COVID-19, where I'm seeing Colorado families get evicted every single day. My family has lived in Denver for over 125 years, and not me, my brother, or my parents own a home here. My parents had to sell my grandfather's study-side home in the housing crisis and still lost their home in Northglenn. I have a massive amount of student debt, haven't owned a car in 10 years, and I'm a childcare worker making just $1 over minimum wage. My wages get garnished. I am 2 bad mistakes from homelessness myself, and there are generations of young people like me who will always rent and never own a home because of student loans. Something that brings me to tears thinking about when I walk through my neighborhood in Park Hill. People of all ages benefit from house sharing like I do in this insane capitalist economy we live in. Capitalism is a system in a state of constant displacement from the refugees of imperialism to the housing crisis at home. As an educator who works with families, I also support changes in zoning to increase access to healing, rehabilitative service, and accessible housing as people are recovering from the trauma of being tortured in a Denver County cage or living without shelter. Our city can do better than 60 fucking tents in a church parking lot. Safer communities have more resources, and people should have access to healing services in every single neighborhood. Transit-dependent users also benefit from resources available in every zip code. Additionally, my work in public schools and with families has shown me that people of all backgrounds struggle with housing and addiction, and any pearl clutcher commenting today who opposes this zoning change doesn't understand how addiction, poverty, or how the austerity of capitalism keeps its boot on working class people's necks. This not in my backyard attitude is classist, eugenic, and displaces people. Period. Anyone who does not want services for the sick or poor in their community just doesn't want sick or poor people in their community. The Denver police are a greater threat to our communities and school children than a homeless shelter nearby. Please support the zoning change for vulnerable working class people like myself and commit to a city culture of people over property, a city where people are safe and able to access basic human services, a city where residents are not being pushed to the edges of town, warehouse and jails and shelters, or being completely forced out of the city. Denver can start housing people and doing better. If the city does not, perhaps leftist activists like myself will start having to reclaim empty houses and buildings and forcing the city to house people, as seen by housing activists in California and all across the country this past summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Taryn. Up next, we have Loretta Kohler. Go ahead, Loretta.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. I was trying to get my video going and it's not seeming to let me let it go. So, okay, you won't have me on video. Maybe I will be. All right, so I'm going to talk as fast as I can because that's what I have to do with only 3 minutes. So I want to talk about some of the things that have been spoken of today, but also I want to speak as a member of the Group Living Advisory Committee. I became a member of the committee because of INC, and so INC has been working on this issue for 3 years. I'm not here as speaking for INC because INC as a whole did not take a position for or against. We asked for some suggestions, and that's a misrepresentation from Safe and Sound Denver. So I want to just acknowledge that again. But I'm here as an individual who participated for 3 years and gave a lot of information back to my neighborhood, and my neighborhood came out in favor. Baker Historic Neighborhood Association came out in favor of the group living. I'm in favor of group living. And again, as some of those other people have said, I'm for more than 5 members to a household. If you have 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, why should we not be environmentally appropriate and use that space appropriately? Over 49% of the people, the residents of the city of Denver are homeowners. That means 51% of the people of Denver, and growing numbers, because the increase in apartment living and in our neighborhoods is increasing dramatically in the major central core of the city. And with that comes more insecurity, that people are unable to afford housing, and we're one of the top 5 cities in the country in proportion to income, being unable to afford to live in this city. We've heard from so many people. I've lived with 50 roommates as an adult. Yes, it's certainly illegal in many cities that I've lived in. And just like everyone else, we were professionals. We weren't, people, half the time I didn't own a car. That's very typical. I've had insecurity in housing for so many times in my life. And when people come back and say we had selfish, interest in being on the group living, well, if my selfish interest is that I'm promoting housing for other people, so be it. If I'm promoting housing for people who are coming back from criminal, they're not criminal, they're just back, they're trying to come back into housing, and they're coming back into the same community they came from. I agree, you should all support this. And those people who've spoken against it have been the people who are homeowners and older. Look at all the young people. It's not 1950, it's not 1960, it's not 1970, it's not 1990. Those of us who still have student loans, it's hard to buy a home in Denver. Help people get to that place when they can live together. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta. Our next speaker is Joe. I'm going to let you pronounce your last name, Joe. It's way too late for me to even go for it, so go ahead.
No worries. Good evening, Council. Thanks for your time. My name is Joe Wallach. I'm a resident of Denver living in 5 Points, and I'm here tonight to strongly urge you to pass the group living amendments. I also want to thank city planning staff for their work on this important issue. This is not a radical proposal. There are no other major cities in the country that have an unrelated adult living limit as low as Denver's currently is. Research also suggests that household sizes remain the same regardless of government-imposed limits, and with low limits, enforcement is often predicated on the whims of your neighbors. Additionally, it will serve to add legitimacy to the likely thousands of Denverites who are already living with 2 or more unrelated people. Today's proposed amendments will serve to make Denver a better, more inclusive city, and if anything, they don't go far enough. On a personal note, when I was younger, I lived for many years with 4 unrelated people with no issues. It allowed us to be a supportive unit for each other at a time in our lives that many of us needed, especially as a member of the LGBTQIA community, where traditional biological family is often a significant challenge. Why does the government get to define and limit what a family is? The current group living limits are systemically racist, classist relics of another era. I strongly urge you to lead and vote yes to pass these proposed amendments. This is just one of the many tools we need to move Denver forward to join the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Up next, we have Tiffany Choi. And Tiffany, you'll have to go ahead and unmute yourself. All right, we're going to try to get Tiffany up. Okay, it looks like we're not able to get Tiffany, so we'll go ahead and move on to Travis. Go ahead, Travis.
Hi, Travis Leiker, president of Capitol Hill United Neighborhoods. I just want to say thank you to everybody who spoke tonight and to thank the city council for sticking with this at this late hour. Capitol Hill United Neighborhoods is committed to keeping our neighborhoods bright, vibrant, accessible places to live. And we're proud of Capitol Hill's rich history of being a welcoming, inclusive, and diverse community. And as Denver's largest and oldest registered neighborhood organization, we feel it's time to address policies and correct the decades-long discrimination that still exists in our zoning and housing policies. As such, we believe that the current restrictions limiting people who are not related by blood or marriage is outdated, unnecessarily restrictive, and discriminatory. And so to keep it short and simple and sweet, we support the recommendations as outlined by Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure, the Group Living Advisory Committee, as well as the other many thought partners that have been a part of this process. It's a good process. It was thoughtful, thorough, and certainly a lot of years, time, and energy and dedication has been put into this process. And so with that, both Capitol Hill United Neighborhoods has endorsed this policy recommendation and encourages council to vote in the affirmative. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Travis. We're going to go back to Tiffany and see if we can get Tiffany into the hearing here. And so we'll do one more call for you, Tiffany. All right.
Hi.
Oh, there we go. We got you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Choi. I'm the president of the Denver Classroom Teachers Association. I'm a high school French teacher. I represent almost the 4,000 members of educators across Denver, and also represent social service providers. And we earlier this year brought amendment, the group living, to our rep council, which is our biggest representative body. Had about 100 people in attendance representing all of our schools across the district. And we voted to support the group living amendment because of all the reasons that were shared tonight. I'm not going to get into them, but essentially we believe this is helpful for our educators, but also for our community and for our students. And so we as the DCTA are supporting the group living amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Next up, we have Ian Frash. Go ahead, Ian.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi. My name's Ian Frash. I'm at 201 East Mississippi Avenue in the Platt Park, Wash Park West area. I want to strongly urge the city council to vote yes on the group living amendment. Removing the current group living restrictions is a huge positive step forward towards fighting high housing costs, homelessness, poverty, crime, and discrimination citywide. It's been watered down twice already, which I was very disappointed to see. So what we currently have is like a huge compromise. But if it's a step forward, then it's a step forward. I see the discrimination in the zoning code that we have now as very anti-American because it's regulating the type of people that can live somewhere. And just listen to yourself say that. It doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound fair. The new proposal won't completely remove it, but it is a huge step forward for a more progressive city. Some people are complaining about parking spots. And I see that as a totally separate issue. I mean, it is storing your private vehicle on the public right-of-way, first of all, but it can easily be solved with permit programs, paid if they have to be. And if the city continues to prioritize free parking for cars over housing for people, we won't be able to make any progress. Basically legalizing cheaper housing through sharing costs and allowing more residential care facilities, including community correction, keeps people off the streets in stable housing, preventing.
Oh, I think we lost you somehow, Ian. You might have to unmute yourself again. Oh, go ahead. I'm not sure what happened there. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was saying legalizing cheaper housing through sharing costs and allowing community corrections and other residential care facilities keeps people off the streets in stable housing, preventing them from falling into poverty, crime habits of desperation, and homelessness. We do have a huge homelessness problem here. And there's some people saying this change is going to increase crime, and I see it as the opposite. We're keeping people off the streets. It seems that some neighbors against the proposal would rather have people thrown out onto the streets or kicked into neighborhoods other than theirs because they got theirs and nothing around them can ever change. And that's not best for our city. I would like to stay and get people housed and not flee the city and make progress towards an equitable Denver. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Ian. Next up, we have Tess Doherty. Okay, go ahead, Tess.
Hi there. Thank you. My name is Tess Darty. I am in District 9, and I am here tonight to support the amendments in the group living law. When I had a meeting with the city planner, which I really appreciated that being offered, I'd love to see more of those offerings for public engagement for different bills that are coming before a vote. It has been very difficult to engage with committee. I know it's been suggested that rather than us coming to speak here, that we speak at committee, but I actually have not found another opportunity except for this one tonight to speak, and maybe I'm just not finding them, but this month of February, it doesn't seem like there's very many other opportunities to speak at committee. So while that suggestion sounds great, it just doesn't seem like it's an actual way to engage. So if somebody could help me with that, that would be great. And so anyway, but when I spoke with the city planner, he said that this law was actually from the 1940s, and that it really hasn't been revised since then, and that it was revised in 2010, I think, but it was literally just copy and pasted. And it was expressed that the reason that the cap was moved from 8, sorry, what is that sound? The reason that the cap was moved from 8 to 5 was that a lot of people on city council felt like we were moving to, we were like moving too fast, too soon. And so I guess I would just like to question, how quickly do we need to move away from the nuclear family ideals of the 1940s, when our society and our housing practices were racially segregated, and when mixed type of households didn't exist and they were actually illegal. So, I think I would argue that we're really far behind where we should be. And given that at the Denver County Jail downtown, we put people in cell blocks of 8, I'm not sure why we can't do that in our community. But aside from that, I just wanted to read a poem. This year, my husband and I have lived in 15 different places due to an asbestos and fiberglass spill. And we've relied on friends to house us at times. And so under the group living as it currently stands, we would have been, it would have forced us to become homeless if we couldn't have, if we had gotten in trouble. So just want you to consider that. Thanks.
Thank you, Tess. That's the time we have allotted. Next up, we have Owen R.
Well, I didn't have time.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Ellen.
So, yeah, thank you. So I'm a resident of District 9, and I want to speak to the issue of unrelated adults. I'm fortunate that I have some direct insight into this, as I have in the past lived in a household of unrelated adults, an intensive community or a co-op, which was illegal under the current zoning code. I know that really helped me in a lot of ways. I probably would have become homeless at various points if I hadn't had that form of housing. But then I also have a background studying planning and urban geography, so I'm sort of speaking from that perspective as well. And so I've been following the statements the opposition has been making for a while, and as I'm sure you're aware, most of this is really fear-mongering, is based on possibly a few red herrings, but mostly just ugly stereotypes and some pretty flimsy thought experiments. From my perspective, and having actually lived this way, it's hard to get my head around how exactly they think these horrible imagined kind of dystopian outcomes would actually plausibly come about if this were passed. None of the people I know who live or who have lived like this are noisy, unsafe, unclean, or out to destroy your property values. I think they actually take better care of their yards and their houses than a lot of folks who have fewer hands and skill sets to do so. We already have noise ordinances and things like that in place. Other than people who seem to be confusing swap houses or boarding houses or so forth, it is of course a completely different thing. The only even sort of concrete thing I've heard cited is the parking issue. So I don't want to speak to that since I have some insight on it. To be clear, I still think this is sorely insufficient substantiation for this kind of imagined uncontrolled slide into a ruined city. But you should know that most people who live in collective houses and co-ops actually don't own cars. When I was, there were only about a quarter to half of us at any given time who did. A lot of folks drawn to that lifestyle tend to be environmentalists, to ride bikes, etc. And when you have a lot of people living together, it enables them to not have to own cars if they're someone who would just need a car for occasional errands and things. On top of that, those of us who did have cars all pretty consistently went out of our way to park around the corner on the side of the block that didn't have property fronting it, so we weren't stretching into space in front of our neighbors' houses. No one asked us to do this, and people weren't complaining or anything. We just chose to do this because it made sense, and we wanted to be good neighbors. Also, there are plenty of households already in existence like this. Zoning for this would not all of a sudden see people flocking to this form of housing, stressing the existing infrastructure and so forth. It's great in many ways. I personally got a lot out of it, but it's also hard in many ways, and it's not for everyone. And I think the majority of people who want to live this way are already doing so. They're just living in fear and with greater precarity, as others have spoken to. So if it were to somehow drive down other people's housing values, we would already be seeing that, but of course it's not. The one that I was living in at the time, as well as the other properties on the block, increased steadily the whole time I was living there. I was there almost 7 years. And I know this is similar for other such houses, with housing rates have gone up all over the city. And of course, people continue to want to move to Denver. Like many others, though, I encourage the council to remove the cap limiting household size to 5 unrelated adults before passing this amendment, if it's not too late, for all the reasons that people have spoken to. It was a huge compromise to put that in that really tips the balance.
That's the time we have allotted this evening.
Thank you.
Next up, we've got Delaney Coe.
Hi. Thank you, Council, for hearing our comments today. My name is Delaney, and I'm a resident of Cheeseman Park in District 10, and here to ask the Council to vote yes on the group living amendment because, one, it will make housing more accessible to people across the socioeconomic spectrum in Denver. 2, it will reduce bias and threat to marginalized people in housing. And 3, it will simply provide much more needed housing solutions. My story shows what this amendment will actually look like, rather than what the fear mongering will have many people believe. So I'm going to tell that to you. As a server and later a social worker in Denver, I was only able to afford living here by making a home and sharing costs with my friends. 3 of my friends, 2 who were siblings, and I, that shows just how irrelevant relation is. We could have all been siblings. And that would have been a totally different situation. But 2 who were siblings and 2 who were unrelated shared a 3-bedroom home in the Spear neighborhood, making it possible for me to stay here in Denver, to invest in Denver as I have in the many years that I've lived here. As a volunteer and an enthusiast of local businesses, it's a lot of investment, and every person has much to give, and every person deserves the same opportunity to make a home here. Amending these discriminatory housing restrictions makes housing more affordable and accessible, which positively impacts the economy and strengthens our community. Throughout my time living in that home, we've housed over 10 people, one at a time for short periods of time, giving people a caring home during transitional periods of their life. One was a friend who could not leave her abusive relationship without losing her housing. Another's housing was tied to an exploitative job. Friends and family stayed in our basement rather than staying in abusive homes, jobs, or in shelters or on the streets. Yet doing this, allowing a fifth person to live in the basement of our 2-story home, further put us in opposition to Denver law. What this amendment does is allow community to support each other and form our own housing solutions when the city just can't seem to offer them. Not to mention the expansion of options, as Britta Fisher described at the very beginning of this so nicely, that offer other housing solutions and residential care. This amendment is an important step to improving the housing landscape in Denver, though we of course have a very long way to go. Lastly, when we signed the lease, of course, our landlord told us we would be out of compliance with the city statute, but told us it wasn't likely to be a problem. After all, someone would have to report us, and we were 4 young white women. Which brings me to my last point. This current statute has roots in racism and classism and can way too easily be applied in a prejudiced way. It is more likely to be used against already marginalized people, as has been illuminated by so many other speakers. Many people are already group living in Denver, but not everyone is equally affected by the current 2-person restriction. I urge you to vote yes, so we can bring about more equitable housing options for everyone here in Denver. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kirsten Michelle, and it's a phone number, I believe. Or it looks like we've got you in. Kirsten, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kirsten Mickle, and I live in the Spear neighborhood in District 7. I want to thank and commend city staff, particularly Andrew Webb. I supported the original version of the changes to our zoning code, and it is my preference that City Council pass that version. First, I want to correct an error in the staff report, however. The West Wash Park R&O was listed as being in opposition to this amendment. However, the board voted on February 2nd, 2021 against taking any position. It's very important that this be corrected. Now, I'd like to make 3 points. First, I'd like to address the continued distinction between unrelated and related household members. To retain this structure strikes me as to condone this underlying discriminatory structure. I don't think we as a community should get kudos for this. It's baffling that we do this in the face of unprecedented costs, homelessness, and overwhelming need. Our neighbors deserve better. Please pass the original version, which proposed to increase the legal limit to 8 adults and up, regardless of blood connection. Second, I support the inclusion of all types of residential facilities and congregate living across all residential areas. It's important that neighborhoods do not exclude who can and can't live with them based on the facility in which they live. Separating our neighborhoods based on commercial and residential needs, and further by living types such as single-family homes and congregate living results in car-centric, disconnected, and segregated neighborhoods. In addition, there's no factual basis for the fear-based comments I've heard tonight. To the contrary, our community would be more resilient, sustainable, and an overall better place to live if our neighborhoods were not so segregated. Please don't vote against these changes on the basis of these unfounded fears. If parking is a problem, the city can regulate parking. If trash is a problem, the city can modify trash policy. If traffic and pollution is a problem, then fix mass transit and increase mobility options. Finally, I'd want to say that it is City Council's job to help us meet the city's current challenges, but also to plan for the future of its residents. Our city government does this in other areas like planning for infrastructure needs. But why do we prevent this approach in the context of housing? Instead of giving into pandering to the fears of unfounded consequences, of another nonsense rooted in racism, classism, and homophobia. It is not City Council's job to condone discriminatory policy under the guise of protecting extraordinarily overvalued property values. Doing so would continue to come at the direct expense of the majority of Denver's residents who are in fact renters. I ask that the original version of these changes be passed tonight. If there is not sufficient moral courage to meet the moral obligation of the moment, I ask that the current version be passed.
Thank you. Up next, we have Suzanne Collier. And Suzanne, we're going to need you to raise your hand so we can get you promoted into the panelists. I see we've got we're going to get you moved over. All right, and you just need to unmute yourself. There you go.
All right, thank you. And I first want to say that it's great to see so many people participating in democracy tonight. I think it's fantastic considering that we almost lost it. I'm a lifelong Denver resident. I grew up here. And without telling you how old I am, I can say that I've seen about 4 or 5 boom and bust cycles. The most recent one being probably the most transformative. All of this has brought a lot of change, and I don't hate all of it. It's brought great cultural change to our city, but as Meredith Turk pointed out, the future is definitely not in single family homes. I'm speaking in support of the amendment, by the way. As an anthropologist, I can tell you that living in these nuclear families is very unnatural, and we've only been doing it for about 80 years tops. Before that, we lived in extended families or in villages, in tribes. So, and I also want to remind everybody who's in opposition to this that private property rights are supreme in this country, and the rest is pretty much window dressing. So no property owner will be forced to do anything that they don't want to do. Landlords and property management companies will still have the right to enforce or mandate resident numbers at their properties. And even though I did grow up here, I had no idea that this archaic law was still on the books until a few months ago when I was alerted to it. And I just want to say it's high time we got rid of it. And for all the people who are wondering what to do about the huge, vast problem of systemic racism, this is something you can do. This is something tangible that you can grab onto and have a little courage and have a little faith in your fellow human being and do. And I don't know if it's going to have unintended consequences. It might. But when you're dismantling such an evil system, it takes everyone to make small sacrifices and small to medium-sized leaps of faith and courage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eliza Cunningham.
Hello. My name's Eliza. I've been a Denver resident. I grew up in Denver. I have 3 generations in Denver. My father was a state representative for decades in Colorado. I want to speak on behalf of asking city council members to vote yes for the changes. And I would like to give an example of how it is these present zoning laws are very racist and classist. For example, my mother, who died recently at age 92, when I was growing up, we had housemates. We had more than one housemate. And my mother was a white middle-class woman. I don't even think she knew about the zoning laws, but I grew up with a lot of people. We didn't have parking problems. Most people didn't have a car. We didn't have trash problems. We didn't have school. We didn't have those types of problems that people are worried about. And my daughter, who's 20, grew up with housemates. And she's a loving, kind, wonderful, empathetic person because I believe she had so many different wonderful experiences. Again, we had none of the problems that were mentioned. And I want to speak, what's really important to me to speak to is the young man who talked about, the Latino man who talked about his parents who were afraid of being called by the city because they were poor in Latin. My mother, who later in life, in her 90s, still had housemates, and it enabled her and her husband to be able to stay home. Her entire life, she had housemates. She never once worried about the city being called on her because she was white and wealthy, and at the end of her life lived in the Cherry Creek area. And they never once did she worry about that. And that just shows the racism and the classism inherent in these zoning laws, with this other gentleman who spoke about how his parents were so worried and they were poor in Latin family. And that really breaks my heart. And I want to ask the city council to please vote yes to change all of these amendments and for bigger houses to allow more people. And I think that's it. I'll give up my last 20 seconds, but thank you, city council people, and please vote yes on all of these proposed changes and amendments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joel Noble.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joel Noble, and I live in the Curtis Park neighborhood in 5 Points. I'm speaking to you on my own behalf tonight. Although I do serve on the Denver Planning Board, I'm testifying only as myself, and that's because this topic is so important. Tonight, I'm asking for every council member to vote in support of this package because it implements the philosophy, goals, and specific strategies in Comprehensive Plan and in Blueprint Denver. In the Comprehensive Plan, equity is woven throughout, and I'll quote to you one portion. It says, equitable, inclusive communities are places of value that provide access to resources and opportunities for all people to improve the quality of their life. And that flows down into Blueprint Denver, which has 3 equity concepts: improving access to opportunity, reducing vulnerability to displacement, and expanding housing and jobs diversity. All 3 of those and the entire concept are integral to the proposal in front of you tonight. Blueprint Denver also has a theme throughout of complete neighborhoods. I think that's very well supported here, and it speaks specifically to an evolving city, not a static city. A city with, and this is a quote from Blueprint Denver, measured common sense approaches to growth should be taken, and this is one. Essentially, we are making legal what people already do in every city and every time. Now, I want to go specifically into some of the specific regulations. In the household definition, I'll just draw your attention to page 82 of Blueprint Denver. This proposal was not made in a vacuum. Blueprint Denver called specifically to update the definition of households. And I'm honored to go after the previous speaker who talked about how her parents used this to age in place by being able to share expenses. That's one of the examples specifically referenced in Blueprint Denver. Now for the household definition, the original proposal forwarded to you treated families that are related and families of choice the same, and that was better. And I'm disappointed that you've had to step back on that in order to find consensus because frankly, there is no rational basis for the government to continue different treatment of families by blood or families by choice. But this compromise is still a huge step forward and will legalize what people do today. For congregate and residential care, I'll just say that 5 Points has more small res care uses than anywhere. It's not a problem, and this improves the situation by having spacing and density requirements. And for community corrections, I understand the compromises you've made. I'm asking that every council member vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Teeter.
Hi, Madam Council President, members, good evening. My name is Jack Teeter. I live in a 6-person cooperative house in a 1902 Denver Square in the Spear neighborhood. We bought our house from our landlords in 2018, and we have had as many as 9 housemates. 2 of my housemates are expecting their first baby this summer, so more neighbors coming soon. Acknowledging that the history of these zoning codes is impacted by systemic racism and homophobia that have impacted housing policy for generations, I do want to mention that we're a multiracial, mostly LGBT house, and a mix of service workers, small business owners, librarians, political operatives, and white-collar professionals. We have found our chosen family here. Our annual incomes range from $19,000 to $120,000 a year. We love our house. Some of us own, some of us rent, and the care we have for each other enriches our lives immensely. We pay the mortgage each month based on income using a calculator that I developed myself to cap payment at no more than 30% of full-time minimum wage. Some people pay $500 a month to live here, some over $1,000. It's a great system. It's been particularly beneficial this year. One of our housemates was laid off, one was furloughed, one had to close her small business for a few months, and we were able to slide their rents to zero and collectively cover the rest. I hear the outrage you're getting from some of our neighbors. People are worried that the house next door will become something about white flight, apparently, a house with too many neighbors, a house with the wrong kinds of neighbors. Houses with more than 3 unrelated adults already exist across the city. Our house has 8 bedrooms and a downstairs apartment. It was literally built for families like ours. The question is whether the city should be able to determine what counts as a family. For the record, our property value was over $999,000 at our most recent appraisal in April. Based on how property values have continued to climb, I am sure that Wholesome House is now worth over $1 million, which is absurd. And I want to be clear that the value of our house does not make us better than our unhoused neighbors or our incarcerated neighbors in community corrections. If our neighbors in Cherry Creek hate this measure so much, they should take heart. This zoning measure will make it permissible to have a live-in au pair or live-in home health aide or even live-in security to protect your neighborhood from the scary families trying to live with their grandparents. In a year when renters across the city are facing eviction at a scale that none of us have seen in our lifetimes and the worst economic contraction in history, group living provides an incredible opportunity for not only affordable housing, but for stable housing. That's how you get to know your neighbors. They get to stay in your neighborhood. If any of you ever have to live in supportive transitional housing or in assisted living, I so hope that you will be able to do so in the neighborhood where you already live and that you already love. I met my spouse at a dinner at our house. We got married this summer, which hilariously does not make us related for the purpose of zoning. I live in a house with my family. Cooperative housing has had a profoundly positive impact on all of our lives. The belongingness and security we gain from our home is worth legitimizing in the eyes of the city. We are good neighbors. It's a shame that our house of 6 will remain illegal under these most recent amendments, but we will take this as a start. Vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teeter. We'll go next to Austin Luce.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you for listening to us in this long and lengthy process. And I just want to start out by saying how much I appreciate the opportunity to speak and have this conversation, and hope that on the many issues that we see coming across through City Council that we can do more of this. Maybe not so late next time, but if we need to go late, boy, it sure is nice to hear all of the voices from all of my colleagues coming out, and I am here to support and tell you to vote yes on this this piece of policy that would help to create something where more people would have access to housing, something that we really need in Denver. There are so many people on our streets. We have thousands where we need to find solutions, and this is just one little step where there are more that there's so much more that we need to do. This is such a small piece. I think that even though it's taken years, this is not going to alleviate the massive amounts of work that we need to do, and but it's just a piece of it. I think that we need to have more people that are allowed to live in a single home. Maybe we remove the cap. I agree with my colleagues. I feel like as a mother, I live in District 1, and as a single mother, I went through a divorce myself, and I've heard that a couple of different stories in the same situation, that I wouldn't have kept my house had I not been able to rent and provide an income to be able to sustain myself and my children. I actually, until looking at this issue that we're talking about tonight, I never knew that what I was doing was even illegal. So I think there's, this has been something that is already happening, like so many people have said. This is just making sure that this isn't a situation where people are allowed to call the police and the city to come and give a hard time to people who are just trying to make ends meet, especially in this day and age. And the issues with parking was never a problem. The issues with trash, nothing changed. The noise level in our neighborhood did not change. If anything, what having more people in the house with me allowed myself as well to be able to raise my children in a different and more collective way. And also, one other piece is that we had recently had a shelter open in our neighborhood, and I wasn't even aware that it was open. I think these are all ideas that we're putting out there that are most definitely fear of the unknown, and sometimes we gotta venture into that to really blow the roof on the innovation that we're able to achieve if we let ourselves. So vote yes, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Dr. Luce. Katie Blakey, you're up next. I thought I saw her in the, there we go.
Hey, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you to please vote yes on this amendment. My mom grew up in a relatively large house in District 5 with her parents and 6 siblings. Under our current zoning, only two unrelated people could live in that house today. People have a right to live with whoever they want, and their options shouldn't be limited by who they're related to. Whether they want to relieve their financial burden, prevent social isolation, or live with their chosen family, they should have that opportunity. I'm also excited for the possibility of residential care facilities and community corrections in more areas of the city. Residents of these facilities are members of our community, and they deserve to live in a way that gives them the greatest chance of living happy, fulfilling lives. This amendment will have immediate positive impact on our housing crisis. While it isn't perfect and doesn't go far enough, it's a step in the right direction to undo some of the harm of our existing zoning and ensure a more equitable future for all Denver residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. Our next speaker is Blair Sagan.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for staying up late and taking the time to hear us out. I'm Blair Sagan. I use they, them pronouns. My address is currently a P.O. box because I'm currently living in my Jeep due to the rapid increase in housing prices in Denver. And I also am preferring and wanting to live in more alternative, smaller scale housing styles. Also, predatory landlord vampires suck all they can out of their tenants, and I have been the target of that in the past. And I'm privileged in that I have a car as a shelter. I'm not at risk of hypothermia, and yet I would never dare park in the residential areas of Denver because some of the homeowners that care about their property value above all else, not their fellow neighbors, would undoubtedly call the police on me for having a home that is on wheels. Young people, people of color, lower income folks, immigrants, and community servants such as firefighters cannot afford to legally live in the city with the zoning as it currently is. As Pete brought up earlier and several others, it's really shocking to me how many homeowners commenting here tonight value the storage of their car over housing their fellow humans. So I urge you all to vote yes tonight on this group living measure and make us proud to be Denverites. Thanks.
Thanks, Blair. Next up, we've got Jasley Kane.
Hi, my name is Jasley. It's late and a lot that I wanted to say has already been said, so I'll be brief. But I am 20 years old. My mom and I have lived with housemates my entire childhood growing up. I believe it has improved my life for the better. We had many different housemates who I learned a lot from and were close to. Numbers of people in a household should be dictated by health and safety standards, not blood relations. This will not fix everything, but it is a step forward. I ask for your compassion for your fellow humans, and I respectfully ask the city council members to do the right thing and step outside the box and vote yes on the zoning propositions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Frank Locatore.
All right, I think I'm unmuted. Good evening. Thank you, Council President Gilmore, and thank you for running the council meetings with thoughtfulness, focus, and smiles. Long night. My name's Frank Locatore, and I'm a resident of City Park West in Council District 9, and I speak to you as a resident in support of the group living amendment. And my points have basically all been made, so I'll just leave you with a paraphrase of Einstein's quote about war that just keeps rattling in my head. And the paraphrase goes something like, you cannot simultaneously support affordable living and limit the housing options for people. And some people fear what is unknown to them because others have spread fear through misinformation on social media. And supporting the group living amendment requires courage and resolve. And that's exactly what my ask is of you this evening, is the courage to look beyond the fear and the misinformation, and to have the courage to lead with your heart full of compassion, and to lead with your head full of the knowledge and the facts about what the group living amendment actually means, and to know what it doesn't mean. And that's what the opponents have been claiming in much of their misleading information. So anyone who has some type of sentence that starts off with, I support affordable living, but ... Well, what comes after the but indicates that in fact they don't support affordable living. So today is historic. It's not because of the group living amendment, but it's because every day is a piece of history. History, it's not an event, it's not a date, it's not a speech, a tweet, a YouTube video. It's the accumulation of the daily decisions that we all make that contribute to our community. And your decision tonight will be part of that history. And so what will that be? I urge you to vote for the group living amendment, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Bindle.
Thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
As City Council considers the group living amendment, I'd like to look back to 1989 when Denver City Council voted 7-6 to allow 2 unrelated adults to live together. According to 3 male City Council people, it was a step towards destroying our city. It was a sad day in the city of Denver. It was an ordinance that kicked the family in the behind. Then, as now, the reports of the unraveling of Denver's social fabric and its property values were highly exaggerated. My name is Paul Bindle. I'm a District 10 Denver property owner or co-owner of a housing cooperative with more than 2 unrelated adults. I asked Denver City Council to support the adoption of the group living amendment to expand the places where people exiting prison, substance use, and homelessness can access supportive housing, and to make Denver zoning code aligned with Colorado's zoning rules by allowing 8 unrelated adults to live together, as recommended by the GLAC and the Denver Planning Board. Across the street from our single unit Denver Square is a multi-unit Denver Square with 6 units. It's 1,000 square feet smaller than our house, but since it is zoned for multi-unit, each of its units can have 4 adults for a total of 24 people. Do 24 people live in this building? Probably not. But as CPD testified, the average household in Denver is less than 3. All the evidence from peer cities, including Seattle, which allows 8 adults, suggests it will not considerably increase if this change passes. At the same time, this smaller house across the street does have more people than our house. So why should a single family home be prescribed to 2 people or even 5 people simply because they choose to share a kitchen? For better or worse, most Denverites have chosen to live in a smaller household. But as you consider this proposal, I hope you will support a zoning code that meets the needs of all people in Denver, not just the majority. The housing needs of the elderly, people with disabilities, people exiting prison, people exiting homelessness, people needing support for substance use, and people seeking to simply reduce costs should not be minimized, dismissed, or gaslit due to the fears of people who already have permanent housing. We didn't see Denver unravel due to allowing 2 unmarried adults living together 32 years ago, and we won't see it unravel if we allow 8 unrelated adults to live together today. Please cast your vote in support of a more inclusive zoning.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jesse Paris.
Good evening, members of council, those watching at home. My name is Jesse LaShawn Paris, and I'm representing for Denver Homeless Out Loud, Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, Positive Action Commitment for Social Change, as well as the Unity Party of Colorado, Mile High News, and from Allies to Abolitionists. And I will be the next mayor of Denver in 2023. I am fully in favor of the zone group living change proposal tonight. This has been a long time coming. I support up to 8+ people living in the same dwelling. So I don't think it goes far enough, but it's a start. I myself was unhoused for almost a decade. I lived in a housing co-op for about 5 years. So I know exactly what this is like, an experience to live in group living. This experience has taught me a lot about how archaic and old and racist and prejudiced the city zoning policy has been over the past 100 years or so, 100+ years, not to mention this country's long historic history of marginalizing and disenfranchising foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery, the people that built this country. So I am full favor of this rezoning tonight. The people that were in opposition are clearly white supremacists. The Klan wears hoods. Hit dogs holler when they get hit. And white supremacists will do everything in their power to deny the fact that white supremacy is in full effect and it's been on full display tonight. This has been complete theater, and I've been getting my kicks from it. But I am in full favor of this rezoning tonight. Please vote yes on this zoning proposal. We need solutions, especially since we said that we can do better. And we spent $2.5 million in 2019 lying to Denver voters saying that Initiative 300 wasn't the answer and that we can do better. And we see the same opposition with this not in my backyard NIMBYism that a lot of the people that have been in opposition that spoken tonight have been displaying and putting in a rare form. So racism and white supremacy is in full effect. We have witnessed that tonight. And what side of history are you gonna be on? Are you gonna be on the right side or the left side? It's 2021. We can no longer continue to have policies from the 1940s and 30s or whatever other time you thought America was great. And if America was great, it was because of foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery who built this country. So vote yes in favor of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Gudvangen.
Not bad.
It's
Council for hanging in there. My name is John Gudvangen. I'm a resident of Denver and a homeowner. I have many other family members who live in Denver. I live near Spear and Pearl, and that's District 7. And I do want to say I have 12 years of elected service in Colorado Springs on 2 different school boards, 2 different urban school boards. So I know something about governing and boards making difficult decisions. And you have a difficult decision to make. It was several years ago when I did that as a youngster. Place yourself in the position of 5 years out. Which side of history do you want to be on? So I'm here to ask you to vote to accept these changes to the group living codes that are on your agenda that are before you. This is vital to equity and fairness. It's vital to the historical righting of wrongs. The current proposal is already heavily compromised. I mean, that's been clear, right? It still retains too many remnants of segregation and discrimination, but I hate to say but it represents necessary progress and some modest steps in the right direction. The advisory committee, the citizens, the city's professional staff, probably many of you have worked for years to get it to this point. So this legislation, 200888, deserves your support. I urge you to support it. Community feedback clearly breaks along lines of wealthy interests, not willing quite yet to take their fair share of their civic responsibility, to do the best for our fellow community members, even though these changes still segregate residential facilities away from their neighborhoods. So neighborhoods must share in the civic and moral responsibility to create affordable and meaningful living options. It's not just the group and the number of people, but it's and the number of unrelated people. It's also the expansion of the transitional and residential facilities in my neighborhood, in our neighborhoods. I welcome that. Please do the right thing here and vote yes to help address the racism and classism that's historic. And finally, to empower those who have no voice. I urge you to look beyond the scaremongering of the moneyed interests and the NIMBY neighbors, and let's make Denver better. Let's make Denver better and fairer. We all need to do our part across the entire city. This is a start. Thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, John. And sorry for mispronouncing your name so horribly this late. Up next, we have Brandy Majors.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Excellent. Well, good evening, all. I have been amused and well entertained all evening with the nonsense about parking and people and my home value going down how scared I am and all this extra nonsense. Almost cussed right there. But it's what the reality is. Look, there are a lot of people that are unhoused and can actually utilize this plan. I'm in full support for two reasons. One, because it upsets you. That's off top. I'm glad you're upset. I'm glad that you feel fear by it. Oh my God, I don't want this over here. It might upset my balance of, this and that and whatever else excuse you have. Again, excuses. This is not just a historical thing because, by all means, we've been here many times before. And here we are yet again, talking about something that should have been done a long time ago. I fully support utilizing businesses, empty churches, whatever to house or shelter people that need it. Do we need more shelters? Probably not. We actually need affordable housing, and not what is considered mile high affordable, but what is considered affordable for per person given their income in this world. What we have, whether it be zero or 55,000 a year or $80,000 a year or whatever hotsy ditty number can come with it. I don't know. I don't care. But it should be affordable for everybody. And as it stands, there's luxury apartments that aren't being used. Can we do better? Should have done better a long time ago. But here we are again. Like I said, can we do better? At this point, I'm starting to wonder. I would hope so, but I've been disappointed before. You're disappointing me now. Do the right thing or get voted out. Simple as that. Because you could shift us and sweep us around. Surely we could sweep you out of your seat and move you around. Because if you can't do the right thing, one of these days you may find yourself on this end of the spectrum and might be unhoused. Or you might have to share your big luxury house with like 8 or 10 people because you can't afford to pay your bills. Just saying. Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you. Enjoy your evening. Have a great night.
Thank you, Brandy. Up next, we have Kyle Husselman.
Hi, my name's Kyle Hulsman. I live in a group home Spear neighborhood, and I support this proposal. First, I wanted to say thanks, Council, for staying up late and working through this issue. I appreciate your time, and also Community Planning and Development. Y'all have done an incredible job. I've worked in state legislative politics for a decade, and this is some truly incredible stakeholding. Like, y'all deserve a medal. Andrew Webb and team, y'all deserve raises. This is incredible work. But I moved into this house, we call it Wholesome House, back in 2015 when we were renting. And 9 of us moved into this house in the Spear neighborhood. And we have group meetings, we cook dinner together, we care for each other, we support each other. When you come home from work, somebody asks you how your day was. And really developed a beautiful, amazing space and built great relationships with our neighbors. We built gardens and really took care of the space. After 2.5 years, my roommate Jack and I approached our landlords to buy the house, and we're able to do it. Frankly, the only way I'd possibly had access to be able to do this, coming from a working class family and at the time making $40,000 a year, was to be able to pool my money with another person and to co-buy a house together and really opening up access to the Denver market. We did that and have lived together with our partners and a handful of other roommates over the last 2 years, and it's been a beautiful situation. This is my family. My wife is pregnant. We are having a child in this community. These people really are who I look to for support and for love and for community, and the place that I go for support. So I just want to note that passing this group living amendment would, one, legalize my family, legalize the way that I'm living, and two, really gets at this broader point of being able to open up equitable access for folks to be able to rent affordably and to be able to buy into home ownership. This was noted early in the process, but we're talking a lot about unintended consequences that could potentially happen, but we know for certain right now there are unintended consequences of the current zoning. That is my family, my way of living. This home group living is the unintended consequence. Our property values have increased $400,000 in the times that we've lived here. And the threat of property values going over are simply over exaggerated and are unfounded in our situation. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. And our last speaker this evening is Stefan Polk.
Great. And it's actually Stephen Polk. But thank you, Kyle. It's actually a pleasure to follow right after you. But my name is Stephen Polk from District 10. I've lived in cooperative houses in Denver for the last 17 years, and I'm a better human because of it. The original recommendation by the Group Living Advisory Committee of 8 unrelated adults is the ideal solution. In lieu of this best option, we support the compromise that we, the proponents, have made, which is 5 people. We've been involved in crafting this proposal with the Group of Living Advisory Committee for the last 3 years. And I can tell you that we aren't profit-seeking developers. We're cooperatives. We're community housing developers. We're teachers, we're firefighters, we're writers, we're active community members who believe that community housing, social housing, cooperative housing, land trusts, and so on are actually ideal solutions to our affordable housing crisis. Indeed, many of us couldn't live in the city without these options, but these options currently are more or less illegal because of the zoning code. So as part of a cooperative, we're providing affordable options at rates that the government nor the private sector can match through nonprofit or limited equity models. And we're democratically controlled. We need to not only legalize these community-based solutions, but the city actually needs to actively promote them, which at the very least requires the group living proposal to pass. By not passing this, we'll foreclose on this emergent and incredibly effective solution that creates strong, activated communities who care for each other, who work together, who cooperate to find solutions at very little cost to the public. So it's a vote for community, not just in individual homeowners, and it just makes sense. And I'll close with this, but a large number of people currently in the city are in violation of this outdated and racist, classist, homophobic ordinance. By voting no, you're essentially telling your constituents who are in violation, sorry, but you're going to need to remain illegal. You have to make more money to be legal. And that's not the message that we need to be sending to our constituents. So it's a moral vote. To vote no is to vote for exclusion. It's to vote for the residents who are the most financially well off, who are least impacted by exclusionary zoning. To vote yes, however, is to vote for inclusion, to vote for racial inclusion, class inclusion, inclusion of the LGBTQ plus community. To vote yes is to vote for a whole toolbox of socially oriented solutions that can provide affordability, democratic ownership, and powerful communities. And it's something that starts tonight. So I urge you all to vote yes as a responsibility to our community and a responsibility to us all. Thank you.